All right. Let's see. Should be working already, hopefully. Starting out a little earlier today. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What's gonna happen? I don't know. A lot of pretty flags being paraded around. Do we think it's a good sign? But we'll have to learn the hard way. Ah. Good day to you too, Roshkin. Hi, and hi Chelsea, and hi Tim. Yeah, we're expecting for more people to arrive. So far, we've already had Macron arriving, I believe Merz. So French President Macron, German Chancellor Merz have already arrived. And I think Rutte has also arrived, the NATO chief. But of course, everybody's waiting for Zelensky and to find out what is he gonna wear. Hello, Dave. Good morning to you. Well, it's already evening here, but good morning to you. How are you doing? How are you, everybody? We have 5 more minutes before I also launch TikTok, so a very intimate moment. That's nice. Буде в TikToці, зараз, за пару хвилин буде. Gin and tonic. Yeah, we need all the gin in the world for this one, I'm afraid. Howdy. How are you doing? Dave. Oh, we have 2 Daves in the chat. Oh, that's nice. We need more Daves, I think. That's a good thing. Okay, I think it's time to launch the TikTok, everybody, so let's do it. Was nice while it lasted. Hi Vicky. Hi Imas. Hello. Adios TikTok, hello YouTube. This is a wonderful nickname. Trump versus Putin was such a letdown. Trump sided with Putin after presumably being promised. Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's a whole can of worms, huh? I think we might discuss that because I haven't really talked about that. Last time we were streaming, I logged off before we had the results, so we will get into that as well. Yeah, we will be I'm afraid we will be crying. We might as well just cry. Hi Zoe, hello. We're already warming up for the horror. I know. I hope Zelensky dresses down for anything in front. I don't know. Just the very fact that this is even a topic of conversation is insane to me. Because what do you mean? We're discussing such important geopolitical matters, and all everybody cares is what is he wearing? Like this is the Oscars or something, and he's Jennifer Lawrence. Yeah, that's concerning, huh, Tim? I know. Okay, I promised to launch TikTok, and then I forgot. Let me do it, so that they wouldn't be mad at me. Alrighty, let's go live on TikTok as well. No red carpet, have you noticed? Yeah, no red carpet. Red carpet is for Putin only, so that's important, everybody. If they roll out a red carpet for Zelensky too, Putin is going to get mad and he will break up with Trump, and this will break his little heart into a million pieces, so we cannot allow that. Hello TikTok. Hello. Okay, we're going to wait for a couple more people because you know how it is. It's an interesting take that a man has to answer the what was he wearing question, and not only women. Right. I mean, on one hand, it's an interesting situation, right? It's like everything is in reverse. At the same time, when you really think about it and you understand why it's happening, because a lot of this humiliation that they have been Zelensky through, it was very much, alpha male versus the beta male coded in their little weird heads, the perverse world that these people live in. So they have been trying to, present themselves as the masculine, all of that. And he is this feminine, whatever, which is funny if you really think about it, right? JD Vance, the masculine man in the room. Okay, sure, if you say so. Hi guys, hello TikTok. I'm already ranting with YouTube. Don't worry, it's not just me losing my mind. It's also it's also the fact that we're live on YouTube waiting for Zelensky to arrive. So if you're not on YouTube, you should join us. Anyway, so there is a lot of this, feminine versus masculine juxtaposition happening in their little heads. And this is one of the reasons why they continue talking about his clothes so badly. Hi, Eminem. And so much, and every single day, right? The main topic of interest. What is he wearing? Is he gonna wear it soon? The MAGA Twitter has been losing it today. It's like the main point of conversation. What will he be wearing? Will he be wearing a suit? Will he not be wearing? I think he might, by the way, but that's an entirely different thing. Hi, Karen. And so, Imas, what are you doing to me? Now this is offensive. No, yeah, I know. Ideally, right, in a perfect world. Hello, TikTok gang. How are we doing today? Let me know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Eminem. That's very kind of you. We are already warming up for the Trump-Zelensky meeting at the White House. So, TikTok, to bring you up to speed, the NATO chief, Rutte, has already arrived. Merz, the German chancellor, has already arrived. And French President Macron has already arrived. So, the Zelensky emotional support team, hi Josh, thank you. They're already gradually arriving, but so far no Zelensky. Let me see if there were any other updates. So, everyone is obviously discussing, what is he wearing? Which I just mentioned why this is stupid and why they're using these optics for his case in particular. Okay, we'll also have the list of the Ukrainian representatives, but yeah, I think that it was posted before, but just to bring you up to speed, it's Yermak, Zelensky's chief of staff, Kyslytsya for deputy minister for foreign affairs and former ambassador to the UN, who was very good at clapping back at the Russians at the UN. This is him, by the way, you're seeing on the screen if you're on YouTube. Umerov, head of our National Defense and Security Council, Pavlo Palitsa, former military commander and deputy head of the presidential office, and okay, so, and I think more people as well. But yeah, all of the familiar faces, pretty much, in case you didn't know. All right, let's just look at the whatever is happening here, and I'm just worried they might beat him up. This is this is my main concern. Just remembering what was happening last time when Zelensky was at the White House. You never know with these people. So, would we really be surprised if something awful happened? Anyway, we will find out. Hello, you guys. Good to see you. Thank you, Linda. That's very sweet of you. Hi, Suzanne. Hello. Good to see everybody. We're gradually warming up and getting into the hopefully good and productive meeting. So this is going to be, it has a potential to be a productive meeting, but also it has a potential to be an absolute nightmare. Thank you, resilient crystals. I finally learned how to see the names of the gifters, I think, hopefully. Thank you. So it has all of the potential to be pretty much anything under the sun. Thank you. It could be a terrible, devastating meeting, akin to what we had seen before. Remember the previous White House clash, right? As if we could ever forget that awfulness. It could also be okay-ish, because this time around Zelensky is not by himself. He also has all of these Europeans. However, will the Europeans be in his corner? Or will they also join in on the beating? Let's hope for the best. But the main topic of conversation is I think a lot of you are already aware, it has been pointed out repeatedly by many, what is going to be done about the comments and the requirements made by Putin at the Alaska summit that we have covered during our live stream. So the main the main takeaway of that, except for the fact that Trump and Putin are clearly in a long-term relationship, is that Putin wants all of Donbas. He wants all of Donbas, all of the Donetsk Oblast of Ukraine, fully, and that is a major problem because a pretty significant chunk of the Donbas region of Donetsk Oblast is under Ukrainian control, and there's currently very Oops. What happened? Why did you kick me out? What are you doing? There's currently fighting in that region. Very active battle, horrifying battle. Still, Pokrovsk still holds, right? Many other places are still holding in the region. So how is that going to work out? That was the question that a lot of people have been asking. And yeah, we'll have to see. Another thing that was brought up just before, about an hour ago, I think, and this is something that we have mentioned previously as one of the possibilities, is the fact that Ukraine could potentially give up Crimea for good, right? So this is something that Trump mentioned among the possible requirements. Crimea is the region of Ukraine that has been occupied since 2014. Those of you who know, you already know. And it was one of the things that many people believed could be asked for by Putin for the United States to recognize Crimea as fully Russian. Also, perhaps not just for the United States to recognize it as Russian, but for the Europeans and for Ukraine as well, which is delulu, I guess. But we'll have to see. Trump might as well push for that too. And also for Ukraine to give up the NATO ambitions for good. So that's among the things. Hi, Papa Dan. Thank you. Among the things that could have been asked of us, and we will see. But we will see what's going to happen. We will see the discussion. There are already a lot of drama beforehand. All of these European diplomats trying to warn Zelensky not to talk too much, to be nice to Trump. Well, it was Bild, which is a German tabloid, reporting on that. But honestly, it sounds exactly like something that that should be used as a strategy when dealing with this man. Like, flatter him as much as possible. Do not talk too much. You should say that Europe should be doing more to help your country. You know, all of these recommendations. Boost his ego as much as you can, Volodymyr. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. I hope he shows up in an Adidas tracksuit and with a pack of sunflower seeds. Oh, that would be symbolic. Were you off TikTok for a while? I'm streaming pretty regularly. I'm streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday on here and on YouTube as well, which is linked in bio if you want to see the screen. But we're currently waiting for something to happen. So far, nothing has happened. We're waiting for Zelensky or someone else to arrive. For now, nothing. We have had a very bizarre post from, well, a lot of truths on Truth Social from Trump beforehand. We will get to those. I don't want to miss the arrival. So, okay, we're just going to keep an eye out on the situation here. Afraid he could be abducted. Oh, God. Oh, my God. No. I hope Zelensky shows up in a full-blown tuxedo. Dressed infinitely better than the room. Honestly, he has a potential to do that. You know, he could be a snappy dresser. He used to be. You remember, right? He's a showman. This is his strongest suit. So he could outdress all of these people if he wanted to. Also, I feel like he looks so much better than at least Trump and J.D. Vance. Hello, Denmark. Good to see you. Lots of echo, says Kristen, in the TikTok live. That's not in the YouTube. Yeah, so that's one good thing about YouTube then. It doesn't have an echo. No, so you can see things. But yeah, you can just, if you are on both, which I know some of you like to do that, I really appreciate it. But yeah, you can just mute TikTok then. Oh, well, Kristen says it was just her. Okay. False alarm. False alarm. All right, and I was already all up in arms. Let's solve this problem. European leaders are there to protect Zelensky. Hopefully, right? Hopefully. I really hope that's the case. But we'll have to see, unfortunately. We'll have to find out in real time. Hello, 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 everybody. Let's see. The TikTok chat is doing what it's always doing. I cannot believe you are criticizing the leader of the country who has given your country so much. Thank you, Maple Bacon, says Thumpet. Since when does a leader of a country... Since when is it synonymous with the country itself? I do not understand. Since when is the state and the people and everything just automatically started equal. Why is America Trump now? Is he the embodiment of America? I don't understand. I don't think that's the case at all. And also, I honestly wouldn't recommend this approach to anyone. I wouldn't recommend idolizing any politicians, any people in power, because this is a road to nowhere. Oh well. But if this is, this is something that you like, if this is how you enjoy living, treating your politicians like heads of cults, like idols, like religious leaders, go ahead, You're a free person for now. I would like a face-to-face with Orangina to tell him this. Orangina, that's beautiful. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. Hello, Elusive. Good to see you. Okay, yeah, so that was not an everybody thing, so don't worry. If there is no echo, then this is how it should be. But you can also join us on YouTube if you would like to, because this is where apparently no echo is happening, hopefully. I don't know. Right, exactly. No politician. I agree. Let me see, is everything okay here? Connection is good. I was just double checking, still waiting for Zelensky. Okay, let me see what the chat is saying on here. No politician should ever be above criticism. 100%. 100%. Or he could take the Gavin Newsom over. Gavin Newsom has been on fire. I've been following everything he has been saying, and wow, oh boy, he has been applying certain tactics to these people, that they're not used to getting back. They're so used to the Democrats being the mild ones, right? The politically correct ones, the nice ones, the kind of understanding ones. And yeah, Gavin decided that not today, not anymore. Okay. Thank you, Dave. Thank you. Still tempting me with sauna. No, don't do that to me. And hi, TJ. Vanilla chai. Well, that sounds incredible. Why are the EU politicians joining the meeting? First and foremost, because this is an extremely important matter to them as well, right? This is the matter of their security. This is the matter of their future. And also they have been an extremely important player. I would argue that perhaps the most important player in terms of the aid that was given to Ukraine, and also in terms of accepting refugees from Ukraine, just overall support of Ukraine. So it's a very, very strong force and it has to be represented. But also there is a possibility that hopefully they will not allow for JD and Trump to bully Zelensky, which... or hopefully just, to keep things normal, just give them the appearance of normalcy. This is the general idea, I imagine. YouTube, let me know if everything is okay, if you can see the screen just fine, if the sound is fine. Hopefully it should be, but you never know because we're live, anything could go wrong. Hopefully it will not. But yeah, if any one of you is getting echo on TikTok, Liz points out if you get echo, just go to the next video and come right back. It will be gone. So this is a TikTok tip. We will see. Do you think a deal will be reached? Definitely not today. Definitely not today. And I'm currently wondering what the deal could even look like in theory. Like, what are we even talking about? What are we discussing? Because the conditions that have been offered are definitely a no-gamer for both Ukraine and the European Union. And the European Union has also, certain leaders, for instance, Macron, the French president, has already spoken out against some of those ideas, pointing out how Russia already gave the written guarantees in the past, right? Because Putin once again promised written guarantees that he's not going to attack Ukraine or other European countries in the future. Macron has pointed out that, guess what? It has already happened when they signed the Budapest Memorandum. So what's the plan here? Wait, is it him? Is it him? Is he arriving? Everybody, he is arriving, I think. YouTube, can we see everything? Okay, the sound is back on, hopefully. If you're not on YouTube, please jump in right now. We're looking at Trump and the car. YouTube's link, it's linked in bio. Who's getting out of it? Is it Zelensky? It's Zelensky. What is he wearing? Is it a jacket? It's blurry. No. Again, it looks like a suit. I think it's his little black number that he's wearing. Yes, it's his little black number. Trump just touched him on the neck. Ooh, that's not nice. Okay, they nodded. They went in. Okay, he's alive for now, everybody. Trump didn't try to beat him up. That's a good thing. A win is a win. Okay, he kind of did. In a way, he did suit up, but not exactly. So it's a 50-50 situation. What is he wearing? Yeah, that's unfortunately on our provider, on whoever was filming. Okay, well, he arrived, which is good for him. Let's go, Volodymyr. We'll see. We're waiting for more leaders, I imagine, right? Zelensky arrives at the White House. Yes, we have just seen that. Let's see what's gonna happen after that. I'm just gonna let this roll. Kevin's media team. Yeah, Kevin's media team has been on fire. Zelensky's version of the little black dress. Yeah, the little black suit. Very demure, very mindful. Okay, that's an old meme. Unfollowing, says Dennis. This is not an airport, Dennis. You should not be letting everyone know of your departure, okay? It's okay. You can just leave. It's fine. England. Okay. For now, the translation is over, but we will be back, hopefully. In the meantime, this is a perfect opportunity for us to catch up with some of the truths from the Truth Social. I hope you guys are excited. I hope you're excited for that. Okay, let's see. I know, wouldn't we all? Well, we will get a chance. We'll get a chance to be let in on their little secrets, hopefully, in the foreseeable future. Vicky says the sound and video freezing okay, I think this could be either a you thing or maybe my connection has been getting worse. Yeah, Suzanne is also saying that her YouTube was buffering. Okay, maybe this is something with my wonderful provider, so apologies for that, everybody. Weird. Last time it was fine when we were covering the Putin situation. Could this be some sort of conspiracy? Anyway, for now we're just gonna look at the Truth Social. But yeah, you guys keep me updated if there are any glitches. We will try to make it work somehow. Right, this is what I was hoping, right? A lot of people in the chat are saying Trump is not America. Exactly, that was my hope too, you guys. That was my impression. Oh, so yeah, anyway, back to the Truth Social, everybody. Back to the Truth Social we go. So, real Donald Trump would like us to know. I'm totally convinced. By the way, have you noticed that he stopped posting in all caps after Gavin Newsom's team started doing their little thing when they're parodying him? Yeah, interesting, huh? Okay. I'm totally convinced that if Russia raised their hands and said, we give up, we concede, we surrender, we will give Ukraine and the great United States of America, the most revered, respected, and powerful world countries ever, Moscow and St. Petersburg, and everything surrounding them for 1,000 miles, the fake news media and their Democrat partners would say that this was a bad and humiliating day for Donald J. Trump, one of the worst days in the history of our country. But that's why they're the fake news and the badly failing radical left Democrats. Thank you for your attention to this man. I don't think this is what they're saying at all, though. Just because the current thing that you have been offering sucks. This isn't just in no way, shape, or form comparable to Russia possibly giving up Moscow and St. Petersburg. What are you even talking about? They're not giving up anything. For some reason, he keeps calling it the land swap, but they're not talking about swapping any land, actually. They're talking about swapping means, Russia gives us right, St. Petersburg and Moscow, for instance, and we're giving them some of our territory. This is not what's going on at all, right? This is the very opposite of that, actually. We're talking about sovereign Ukrainian territory recognized under the international law. So what are you even saying? Okay, Kathleen says, mine is fine, no buffering here. Okay, good. Okay, good. So it could be case by case type situation. So yeah, we have a picture of Trump and Zelensky, Trump grabbing Zelensky. And okay, we're already live from the White House, everybody. Oh, Jesus, take the will. God save us. Okay.
Personal efforts to stop killings and stop this war. Thank you. And
live on YouTube, everybody.
Using this opportunity, many thanks to your wife, First Lady of the United States. She sent a letter.
He already thanked
about our children,
Trump.
Adopted children, and my wife.
His wife.
First Lady of Ukraine. She gave the letter. It's not to you, to your wife.
I want
it. Yeah.
His wife gave a letter to Melania, everybody.
Topic, yeah. Yes, please. And thanks to our
Come to YouTube.
And that you supported this format, that after our meeting we can have leaders who are around us, UK and France, Germany, Italy, Finland, EU, NATO, I mean all partners around Ukraine supporting us. Thanks to them and thank you very much for the invitation.
Thank you very much for being here.
President Trump.
Do you think it's fair?
Yes, Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So, President Zelensky,
President Trump.
you say in the post on X today, Russia must end this war, which it itself started. President Trump, you say President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to. Which is it?
No, I think that's true. I think we're going to have a meeting. I think if everything works out well today, we'll have a trilat. And I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that.
And is this the end of the road for American support for Ukraine? Is today's meeting deal or no deal?
I can never say that. It's never the end of the road. People are being killed and we want to stop that. So I would not say it's the end of the road. No, I think we have a good chance of doing it. It's been almost 4 years now that a lot of people were killed last week. A lot of people last week. I mean, millions of people killed, but a lot of people last week for whatever reason. A big number, a lot of soldiers, on both sides. And I know the president, I know myself, and I believe Vladimir Putin wants to see it ended.
And as you met with Putin on Friday,
it could be
and
the
you've
gold.
got President Zelensky here. As you listen to Russia and Ukraine, which side has the better cards?
Well, I don't want to say that. I'm just here to be. Look, this isn't my war. This is Joe Biden's war.
There we
He's the
go
one
again.
that,
Yeah, we should start a drinking game, you guys.
Had a lot to do with this.
Every time someone
and,
thanks him, as
we
Vicky
wanna get
pointed
it ended.
out, we take a shot.
And we want it to end.
Every time he says
everybody. We
Biden,
want it to end
it's
good.
Biden's war, we
The people
take a
of
shot.
Ukraine have suffered incredibly.
And to that point, President Zelensky, are you prepared to keep sending Ukrainian troops to their deaths for another couple of years, or
Who's
are
this
you going
person
to
asking the
redraw
questions?
maps?
These are such loaded questions. Hi,
Thank you for your
Karina.
question. So, first of all, we live under each day attacks. You know that today has been a lot of attacks and a lot of wounded people, and the child was dead, small one year and a half. So we need to
Yes,
stop.
this was in
war, to
Kharkiv,
stop
everybody. We're
Russia,
going to
and
talk
we
about
need
this in a
support
sec.
American and European partners. We will do our best for this. So. And I think we show that we are strong people, and we supported the idea of the United States, of personally of President Trump, to stop
Personally,
this war,
President Trump.
to make a diplomatic way of finishing this war, and we are ready for trilateral, as President said. This is a good signal about trilateral. I think this is very good. Thank you.
Mr. President,
This is loud. Why are you yelling?
Yes, if the peace deal will be achieved, are you going to be willing to send American peacekeepers to Ukraine?
Well, we're going to work with Ukraine. We're going to work with everybody, and we're going to make sure that if there's peace, the peace is going to stay long term. This is very
Right,
long term. We're not
that's
talking
true.
about a 2-year peace, and then we end up.
He
in
doesn't
this
allow
mess
neutral
again.
reporters.
We're going to make sure that
He doesn't like
everything's
them
good.
very
We'll
much.
work with Russia. We're going to work with Ukraine, and we're going to make sure it works. And I think if we can get to peace, it's going to work. I have no doubt about it.
Your team has talked about
Your team has talked about security guarantees. Could that involve U.S. troops? Would you
Yeah,
roll
we're
that
watching
out?
Zelensky and Trump live on YouTube, everybody.
We'll let you know that maybe
He
later
looks super
today.
stressed.
We're
Zelensky
meeting
looks
with
super stressed. Trump
7
says a whole
great
bunch of
leaders
nothing.
of
The good
great
old.
countries also, and we'll be talking about that. They'll all be involved, but there'll be
Because
a
they
lot
haven't
of,
talked yet, right? That's
there'll be a
important to
lot
keep
of
in
help. When
mind.
it comes to security, there's going to be a lot of help. It's going to be good. They are first line of defense.
He looks
because
super
they're there.
stressed,
They're
I
Europe.
know.
But we're going to help them out also. We'll be involved.
Mr. President, Vladimir Putin mentioned that the war will not end without addressing the root causes of this war. Have you had an understanding what are the root causes of this war?
Well, look, the war is going to end. When it ends, I can't tell you, but the war is going to end, and this gentleman wants it to end, and
This gentleman.
Vladimir Putin wants it to
And
end. I
Vladimir,
think the
this
whole world
gentleman,
is tired
and
of it,
Vladimir.
and we're going to get it ended. It was, I've done 6 wars. I've ended 6 wars, and I thought this maybe would be the easiest one.
He ended 6
and it's
wars.
not the easiest one. It's a tough
Wait, when
one.
did that happen? Which one was
A lot
that?
of-
Was it the Star
A lot
War?
of reasons for it, and they'll be talking about it for a long time, but they'll be talking about the others. Look, India,
Okay.
Pakistan, we're
Sure.
talking about
Sure, pal.
the big places. When you look at, you just take a look at some of these wars. You go to Africa and take a look at that. Rwanda and the Congo, Republic of the Congo. That's been going on for 31 years. And so
Right.
we've done a total of 6, and we
Brendan,
really have
exactly.
6, not including the fact that we obliterated, and it turned out to be a total obliteration, the nuclear as you said, the nuclear,
so he
the
counts
future
that as
nuclear
war too.
capability of Iran.
The bombing
And,
of Iran's
this
nuclear
one, I think
sites.
we're going to get solved also.
That's
I
not a
feel
war.
confident we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you tell us about your conversations with European leaders and what they need to see to support an end to the war?
Well, we're going to be meeting with a great representative group and 7 very powerful, very big countries and great people, all friends of mine and friends of yours. And we're going to have some suggestions made. They want to see peace. They would like to see peace.
President Trump, you said last
In the
night
red.
that
in the
Right,
red.
exactly.
President Trump, do you think it's fair to, for Ukraine and for Russia to achieve a lasting and durable peace if Ukraine
For now, they said nothing.
that Russia hasn't yet
I'm disappointed,
Do you think
honestly.
It's a fair peace for Ukraine?
We're going to have a lasting peace. Just to answer the first part of your question, we're going to have a lasting peace. I hope it's going to be immediately. I hope it doesn't have to go on. And I think people of the whole world is going to be very happy when that's announced.
just
Yeah,
as
please.
Mr. President.
Why did you say there was
On
going to be
social
no
media, Mr.
ceasefire then?
President, a very touching letter from the First Lady, and the letter was hand-delivered to
Don't even get me
President
started on the
Putin.
letter.
And it
The very
calls
touching
for an
letter
end to
from
the war,
Melania.
essentially, because of the children and the children's future. Why did the First Lady feel that letter was necessary? Was it because she believes that Mr. Putin is the aggressor in the war? Is a similar letter being hand-delivered to President Zelensky?
So the First Lady felt very strongly.
What?
She's watched
Why would the
the
same letter be
things that you
delivered to
watch and that I
Zelensky?
watch.
He's not the one killing
I
children.
see things that you don't get to see, and it's horrible. But when she's got a
Melania
great love
sees
of
things
children,
we
she
don't see.
has a wonderful son that she loves, probably more than anybody, including me. I hate to say it, but she loves her son. She loves children, and she hates to see something like
that was
this
weird.
happening. And that
That
goes
was
for
weird,
other
okay.
wars too. I mean, she sees
Not Ivanka level weird, but still
the
kind of weird.
heartbreak, the parents, the funerals that you see on television. Always
Yes.
funerals. We want to see something other than funerals. No, she felt it was a beautiful letter. It was very well received by him. And
Melania's letter
she
was
did ask
well
me to say,
received
she
by Putin.
would love to see this end. She would love to see it end, and she says it very
Did he
openly,
cry
very
when she read
proudly,
it?
and with great sorrow because so many people have been killed.
Mr. President, last week,
Brian,
Mr.
go ahead,
President,
Brian.
Yes, sir. I've got a question for each of you.
Yes.
First of all, Mr. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit.
I said the same thing.
Yeah, look
Right,
good.
it's the
I
same
said
too.
the same thing.
Yeah, looks good on
I
you.
said the one that attacked you last time. See, now it's
I remember that.
Yeah, I apologize to you.
He says, "I remember."
No, my first question for you, President Zelensky.
In the same suit. You see, I changed you out.
It's Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend.
Real
In the
quickly,
same suit.
Upon peace, God willing, we get peace. Are you open to holding an election in your country?
Yes, of course. We are open for election, yes. We have to do safety circumstances. And a little bit, we need to work in the parliament, because during the war you can't have elections, but we can do security. We need, maybe, how to say, we need a truth, yes, everywhere, the battlefield, in the sky, and the sea, yeah, to make possible for people.
Okay, that's interesting. Let me write this down.
Democratic. Open,
That's interesting.
legal,
From the
legal,
point of our
yes.
legislation,
You say
if we have the truth,
during the war you can't have elections.
we will be able
So
to
let
have
me just say
elections.
3.5 years from now. So you mean
We'll
if
touch on that.
we happen to be in a war with somebody, no more elections? Oh, that's good. I wonder what the fake
You like
news
this
is gonna
idea?
say.
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of news, I got a question for you.
I didn't like that from Trump.
Even to ask this, but
He
do you think
he
the
looked
American
all too
media
happy.
really doesn't even want a peace deal?
The idea of
Because it
having
seems
a
they've
war
been
and
so
not having
critical
elections.
of you every step of the way as you lead the charge for peace.
It's an amazing phenomenon. I said that if in
Amazing
the settlement
phenomenon.
you got Moscow, St. Petersburg, and thousands of miles around them, they would say I made a bad deal.
You just posted
the-
about this on Truth Social. Why are you
the
repeating yourself?
Level of hatred and animosity is incredible. Not with all. I mean, we have great people
Right.
up here. We also have terrible people up there that
Yeah,
I
it's
think
hard.
are
I
told
know.
what to say. But, you know, in solving all of these wars, they don't even write about it. You know, I saw major wars. I saw wars that have been going on for 31, 35,
oh
and
no.
37, and a couple of quicker ones. One that was going to go into a full-blown deal very quickly. You know what the one I'm talking about. It was a big one. But they don't even write about that.
I don't
No
understand
matter
what
what
you're saying.
I
Let me see
do, no
what the
matter
chat
what,
is saying.
and you know, this is not anything to do with you. It's probably to your advantage in a certain way. But no matter what I
Does
do, no
Putin
matter
know
what
English?
deal
Well, I don't
make,
think
from
so,
my
really.
standpoint, you'll come out good. Maybe President Putin will come out good. But they'll say Trump was absolutely horrible. It's just that, and I've lived with that for a long time. I've lived with it since just before the first election. I used to get great publicity. Now I get the
Nobody
worst
cares.
publicity
Oh my God.
anyone's ever gotten in office, but I won in a landslide, so the people understand. They're the only ones that count, ultimately. But I've also had great reporters. I've had journalists.
Yeah,
that
he
are
just
very
openly
good.
joked about it,
But it's very sad when you do the right thing. As an example, they said, because of the fact that Vladimir Putin came to American soil, this was a tremendous defeat for Donald Trump. No.
yes, exactly. It was
really
humiliating.
wonderful that he did it. It was a hard thing for him to do, to be honest with you. It was the opposite of what they said, but they said it. Now, if he didn't come, they'd say that was also bad for Trump. Yeah, there's no way. And there's just a great dishonesty of the press, and I think that's why it's lost its credibility. You know, its credibility is at an all-time low. We have a thing going on right now in
it's
DC.
it's a
We
Trump
went
fest,
from
of course.
the most unsafe
Are we even
place
surprised?
anywhere to a place that now people, friends are calling me up,
I know
Democrats
that.
are calling me up, and they're saying,
I'm just waiting
"Sir, I
for
wanna thank
something
you."
concrete.
My wife and I went out
Oh my
to
God.
dinner
Maybe
last
something
night
that
for
has
the
to
first
do
time in
with the deal.
4
Maybe something that
years.
has to do with Zelensky,
And Washington, D.C. is safe.
who's
And we
sitting
did that
there
4
in the room with
days.
him. But hi, Furman.
safe.
We're
I had
looking at
another
Trump.
friend of mine
I'm
yesterday,
sorry.
a son who's a great golfer. He's on tour. And he came in fourth yesterday in the big tournament where Scotty Scheffler made the great shot. And he said his son is going to dinner in Washington, D.C. tonight. I said, would you have allowed that
I
to
know,
happen? a year
Karen.
ago? He said, no way.
He keeps
No
talking.
way. He
Should
said,
we
"What
mute
you've
him
done
for
is
it?
incredible." And I think the people realize it. But the press says, he's a dictator. He's trying to take over. No, all I want
Stop
to
touching
secure is
Zelensky.
people. But people that haven't gone out to dinner in Washington,
No,
D.C.
okay, we
in
have
2
to do
years
this, you guys. We have to do
are
this.
going out
I'm
to
afraid
dinner,
we have
and
to.
the restaurants the last 2
And then we
days
will
were
discuss.
busier than
I
they've
know.
been in a long time.
So
Thank
I
you.
walked around yesterday with MTG. If you could walk around with DC with MTG and not be attacked, the city is safe.
Yes.
That was Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend again. Jesus.
Last week you warned of what you called severe consequences.
Oh, JD is
If
there.
a 30-day ceasefire or any type
Rubio.
of ceasefire were not agreed to by Russia, will there be severe consequences? Does that change?
That's interesting.
because
Will
I
there
don't
be
think Russia
sanctions?
is-
Ceasefire. You know, if you look at the 6 deals that I settled this year, they were all at war. I didn't
Again,
do
6
any
wars that he
ceasefires.
settled. Answer the
And,
question.
I know that it might be good to have, but I can also understand strategically why, well, one country or the other wouldn't want it. You have a ceasefire and they rebuild and rebuild and rebuild and, maybe they don't want that. But if you look at the 6 deals that we made peace and long-term, long-running wars, I didn't do any ceasefires. I like the concept. I like the concept of a ceasefire for one reason, because you'd stop killing people immediately, as opposed to in 2 weeks or 1 week or whatever it takes. But we can work a deal where we're working on a peace deal while they're fighting. They have to fight. I wish they could stop. I'd like them to stop. But strategically, that could be a disadvantage for one side or the other. But all of these deals I made without even the mention of the words ceasefire.
President Zelensky, are you disappointed in the decision to offer Ukraine Article 5 like security guarantees, but stop short of pushing for their full membership?
Yeah, well, we haven't done anything on that yet. If you look back and you go back long before President Putin, it was always a statement that they would never allow Ukraine into NATO. So that was a statement that was made, but we haven't discussed any of that yet. We're going to be discussing it today. But we will give them very good protection, very good security. That's part of it. And the people that are waiting for us, they are, I think they're very like-minded. They want to help out also.
Thank you, President. Thank you, President
Are you
Trump.
disappointed there's no
The United
ceasefire,
States.
Mr. President?
The United States has already given hundreds of billions of dollars to this
Trillions.
war effort in Ukraine.
Hundreds of trillions of billions.
At best, it is a stalemate, and the killing continues. So, President Trump, how much more is the United States willing to give Ukraine? And President Zelensky, how much more do you want?
Well, I'll start off just by saying we're not giving anything now. We're selling weapons. This is something before, I guess the
Change the
number's
rhetoric
well over $300
because of the
billion.
deal,
That
because
was
he changed
under
the terms, right?
Joe Biden, a corrupt politician,
Just
not a
mentioned
smart
Biden.
man, never was. By the way, go back 40 years, he was not a smart man 40 years ago either.
God.
But now he's in particular bad.
Okay, no.
This was done by
That's enough, everybody. Let's just briefly discuss some of the things that he said. Well, he is saying a bunch of mean things about Biden, because of course. Have you noticed? No sanctions on Russia, so he hasn't said anything about the additional sanctions on Russia, which is important. Yes, but also on YouTube, everybody. This is where we were looking at Trump and listening to him. Security guarantees. He said that the security guarantees for Ukraine will be discussed. Thank you, Glenn. That they will be discussed. So, meaning, I guess, that for now there is nothing. But he also mentioned that it was one of the important conditions for Russia in the past that Ukraine does not join NATO. But they will come up with something similar, some strong security guarantees. Okay, so just...
So much. So first of all, we have possibility
bring you up
now
to speed.
to buy weapon from the United States. We're thankful for this program and this opportunity. We're thankful for they pay for this.
Thankful,
So we need
a million times over.
And etc. We have some programs where we can have some money to finance this, and this is a part, I think. It's not a part for the war and to defend us. It also will be a part for security guarantees, to strengthen our army, to rearm Ukrainian army. This is
Arms as a part of
very
security
important.
guarantees.
It depends
Interesting.
how much money we need to rearm. For example, the question of air defense, we spoke about it with President Trump, and I'm happy that we have now bilateral decisions and we work on it with production, American production. Nobody in Europe has so many
he's doing this thing.
air defense like Patriots. For
He
example.
is
We need
licking
it
Trump
very
like
much,
crazy.
and this is
No one in
also
Europe
about
has.
defense.
No one can.
I think the good news, we make the best military equipment in the world by far. You mentioned the Patriots. How good are they?
Systems.
We have systems, they're literally
My eyes start
100%
switching.
foolproof. And it's really like shooting two bullets. You know, two bullets hitting each other in the air in a space like this. The chance is 100%. It's 99 to 100%. So we sell the equipment
9,000%.
to NATO.
Those
And
are good
NATO
systems,
does
very good
I don't know
systems.
what the arrangement is that you have with, but I know that they want you to have the equipment. And
Okay,
we're
he
getting
keeps
the best
going. While
equipment
he's
in the world,
talking,
but
let's
they
discuss an interesting thing what Zelensky just said. He said that the potential, one of the security guarantees could be the arms that are being given to us under that program that we have discussed, right? The one that Trump has mentioned, that is they have changed the definitions of it in the past, right? Remember, they have had several definitions of that. The most recent one was NATO is paying for those weapons, right? Which is ironic considering that the US is a part of NATO, like the heart of NATO, literally. But yeah, so this could be a part of the security guarantees. That's interesting. Okay, let's hear what's next.
Very off topic, just really quickly. Mail-in ballots are corrupt.
Shut up.
Mail-in ballots.
Okay, that was infuriating when he said that Putin, after his meeting with Putin told him that mail-in ballots suck, and that's why you do not have fair elections in America because of the mail-in ballots. Putin, the authority on democracy everywhere, the honest elections personified, the man who receives 110% of the votes every single time. That almost made me throw up. So no, we're not listening to that. You guys, let him speak. And he said off topic, as if half of the things you just said were not off topic. Jesus, take the will, right? Yeah, that's good. Zelensky has been trained. So that info that Bild has posted, the German newspaper, saying that the European diplomats have been coaching Zelensky on how to communicate with Trump, giving him a little, Trump special, little lecture on how you're supposed to communicate with Trump. I think it's true by the looks of it. Looking at how he's been talking with Trump, how many times he said, "Thank you, Trump," how many times he said how great everything is and the amazing deal, and that we're moving to the ceasefire, the peace deal, how we want, all of that. So very different from the way things were. Okay, well, perhaps that was the case. He keeps talking about the mail-in ballots. We're not doing that, everybody. Just the absolute slap in the face. Oh my God, to bring this up as something that Putin told him. Vladimir Putin. I couldn't believe it. Like, are you even listening to yourself? Are you listening to what you're saying? The biggest friend of democracy and honest elections. He keeps talking. Okay, TikTok, let me see what you guys are saying. Sorry. Yeah, I know, there was a lot of Trump, so now we're muting him. We're muting Trump. Hi, Henry, good to see you. Well, we're also live on YouTube. We're going to unmute him when he stops with the mail-in ballots. And we will listen to the next question, hopefully. I could tell that he says stop. I don't know what he's stopping. Either the mail-in ballots or the war, 6 wars. He has already stopped, by the way. Did you guys know? Star Wars. I don't know what else. What kind of wars? Shinobi wars. The wars of the worlds. Why? That's a very good question. Why is the US president listening to Putin and then quoting Putin to the media as a valid source of advice and information? Interesting, huh? Yeah, right. That's a very good observation. That's a very good observation. Zelensky is even moving his hands the way Trump does. 100%. The body language is very similar. Also, have you noticed J.D. Vance has been suspiciously silent? J.D. Vance has been... Yes, it's live, everybody. It's live on YouTube. We're watching him. He still talks about probably mail-in ballots. J.D. Vance has been very silent. So hopefully that's a good sign. Zelensky doesn't want, he needs support. Everything is Biden's fault according to Trump. If you listen to him, right? All of the wars, everything. Wait, what?
0 and 0. You go back a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 millions of people poured into our country. It was terrible. Thank you very much.
What guarantees do you need from President Trump to be able to make a deal? Is it American troops, intelligence, equipment? What is it?
Everything.
Everything. Jesus
really,
Christ.
It includes 2 parts. First, strong Ukrainian army. That's what I began to discuss with your colleagues. And it's a lot about weapon and people and training missions.
That's true. We do need a strong army.
We will discuss with our partners. It depends on the big countries, on the United States, on a lot of our friends.
And Mr. President, are you going to commit American troops to that NATO-like protection in order to get President Zelensky to a deal today?
Well, I don't know if you define it that way, but NATO-like, I mean, we have people waiting in another room right now. They're all here from Europe, biggest people in Europe.
Biggest people in Europe are in the next room, everybody. That's horrifying.
And we'll help them out with that. I think it's very important. I think it's very important to get the deal done.
You've been involved with peacekeeping in Ukraine since your first day in the administration. What would you say to the Ukrainian people right now who are suffering under the Russian attacks and hoping that the American
Please
people
don't say
will
anything
stand
to
with
us.
them?
Well, I know Ukrainian people. I've known many over the years. They're great people. They're smart. They're energetic. They love their country. I mean, they love their country, and we want to get this war ended. That's all I can do. I love
Just
the
keeps
Ukrainian
repeating
people,
the same
but
thing,
I love
right?
all people. I love the Russian people. I love them all. I want to get the war stopped. It's very important.
Of course, he had to send a little to Vladimir in the Kremlin.
That left you disappointed.
Look, we just spoke to, I was just telling the president, I just spoke to President Putin indirectly, and we're going to have a phone call right after these meetings.
They're going to have a phone call, you guys.
And we may or may not have a trilat. If we don't have a trilat, then the fighting continues. And if we do, we have a good chance. I think if we have a trilat, there's a good chance of maybe ending it. But he's expecting my call when we're finished with this meeting.
He's expecting
Thank you
his
very much.
call. That's it? This is it. Thank you, President Trump. Oh my God, thank you so much. Okay, they're being escorted out. Yeah, JD hasn't said anything. That was interesting. So yeah, we've seen some improvement. I don't think it was as bad as it could have been, right? What do we think? I mean, except for the rambling about the mail-in ballots and bad Biden and, the rest of it. What do we think? I think it was pretty decent, right? Okay, we will wait for now. They're gonna go talk, and then hopefully there will be some results of the meeting, and they will be talking with the Europeans as well, and maybe we will receive something out of that. We'll have to see. Okay, in the meantime, the air raid alerts map, but then we will also look at some other things too. Right, so that's a very good question here, huh? Okay, let's discuss, everybody. So, we have heard a lot of things. Where are the other leaders? So, Furman, they were in the next room. Trump said that all of the biggest people in Europe, which is mildly horrifying, were in the next room. So, thank you, Curtis, after they have talked to each other, so Zelensky and Trump did this little number that we have just witnessed over on YouTube, they're now going to go and talk to the Europeans, and then they will hopefully come up with something and let all of us know, what their brilliant minds have agreed upon. So, better than the last time. That's 100%, Sarah. I agree. I don't know if it's a good thing or not. Well, at least they didn't bully him this time, right? That's good, I guess. It was sickening watching Alaskan missiles hitting Ukraine, right? It was just devastating. Devastating, the entire thing. So last time when we were covering Alaska, we were live for 4 hours. Those of you who were there, you remember, right? We saw Trump and Putin almost making out on that red carpet. We saw the American soldiers rolling out the red carpet for Putin. So all of that, we were seeing that live. Hi, Laura, it's good to see you. It's good. It's okay that you came a bit late because at least you didn't have to witness Trump rambling a bunch of nonsense. And as the result of that, Putin has given a list of his demands, which included, for instance, all of Donbas, the recognition of Crimea, apparently, and also the no NATO, allegedly, right? All of these claims, they've been flying around. Steve Witkoff, the infamous Trump's negotiator and the #1 fan of Chebureks from Moscow. Hi, Sammy. Good to see you. He said that Putin is ready to not claim all of Ukraine, which is a main concession on his behalf. So there was a lot of nonsense flying around. And it was just crazy to see, so little result, so little substance of just such a profound humiliation. It was just devastating. But anyway, so yeah, now they're going to discuss. So it's going to be Trump, it's going to be his people, so JD, Rubio, Steve the Cheburek, Witkoff, and it's also going to be Zelensky and his group of our incredible officials, Yermak and Umerov and the rest of them, and it's also going to be the Europeans. There's going to be the European leaders, and hopefully they will come up with something. Something real. Ursula is there too, Ursula von der Leyen. She is in Washington with Zelensky. This is them kissing each other, smooching. For some reason, it looks much more adorable than all of the weird touching that Trump was doing with Putin and then Zelensky. So she's also there to support him. Her best boy. Macron is there, Merz is there. So yeah, I think the representatives of Finland, France, Germany, Italy. Who did I forget? I think I forgot some people. I definitely did. The UK, of course. Right? Well, that's apparently he didn't want the thank you Henrik, the other leaders in for now. Hopefully it will change because they have to have a dinner or something first. I don't know what they're gonna do together, but then we will be getting, fingers crossed, some results out of that meeting. We're also live on YouTube, everybody, to everyone in the TikTok chat, just a reminder, right? We're also live on YouTube. The Trump-Zelensky meeting is underway. They're currently discussing with the European leaders the terms that Putin has offered them after the infamous Alaska old man Yowoi situation. Anyway, JD was the one that started the whole mess last time, right? Remember that? That's a very good observation. He was. And this particular time around, he was silent. He was silent as a Labubu that he is, everybody. So, yeah. Let's see. So, yeah, we already have some of the highlights of what the thing that they have discussed, but we have just seen that happening live. Also, I am not entirely sure whether or not Zelensky being without a translator was such a good idea. I think he needed an interpreter for that meeting because you could tell, right? His English is still, it's not good. It's pretty rusty, and yeah, he mixes up a lot of words, and he clearly cannot form complex sentences. He cannot talk about complex concepts. So I don't really understand why he wouldn't use an interpreter for this meeting, but okay. Maybe to give it this more intimate and cozy vibe, who knows? All right. Let's see what else. So yeah, this was Ursula von der Leyen. By the way, today, everybody, we started out, we had a horrible beginning of the day with a terrible strike on Kharkiv. Now that we're on the topic, of the ceasefire and all. So this, as you can see, this is the moment a drone hit a residential building in Kharkiv. I'm going to show you a video in a second. So there was a baby girl who was killed, and I think the entire death toll these couple of hours ago, it was 7 people total. This is what Zelensky mentioned when he said that there was a kid who, he said kid dead. A kid was killed by a Russian drone sent towards the city of Kharkiv, as you can see very early in the morning. There were some absolutely devastating images from the scene, and yeah, just the horror. So yeah, this is what he meant. Again, this is why I would love for him to be able to communicate these much more devastating things more clearly, because it was sort of brushed aside. Of course, it's easy to brush this stuff aside when there's Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend talking about the suits, and you know that it's safe walking around DC with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, how did he say it? It's safe in DC if it's safe to walk around with Marjorie Taylor Greene. And Trump's like, ha ha ha, referring to the fact that Trump sent and deployed the National Guard into the DC. Jesus, take the wheel. All right. Zelensky the Rizzler with Ursula. I know, right? He has his way. He has his way. With not all the ladies, but some of the ladies, I think, and also Emmanuel Macron. But then again, I think that's Emmanuel Macron who has his way with everyone. Привет. Hi Dawn, and hi Jabari, good to see you. That's a good question, right? Russians started 2022 from Crimea and then say the battle line should be frozen. Why exactly the occupied parts want to be Ukraine? Right, there's a lot of questions, and a lot of I think something important to keep in mind that most of their demands make absolutely no sense. What do you mean our troops have to withdraw from Donbas entirely, when in reality, look at the map. Look at how much of Donetsk Oblast we still have under our control, right? It's like half. Of course, they are advancing, and there are devastating battles happening every single day. But at the same time, what do you mean we're supposed to give up not just the territory, but also the fortified defense lines? Which we've discussed how much of an issue the defense lines have been, and how many problems we have faced regarding that. But at the same time, they do exist, right? And so to withdraw completely and utterly, what? Thank you. Another problem here is that, even if we were to do that, what would be the guarantees? How do we know that they're not going to advance again, right? So we're going to give them this part of Donbas, and they're going to be standing here, right? So if we do that, Russians will be positioned here. Let me show you. We're also live on YouTube, TikTok, just a reminder. So if we were to do that, Russians would be here, right? Okay, approximately. So this will be the new frozen over territory. Who says they will not start advancing further into the territory of Ukraine? Who will say that there will not be the situation that we have seen previously with Minsk, back when Minsk agreements, when they used to occupy only a smaller part of Donbas, and this is what would happen with the rest of Donbas. So there was this line. Wait, let me I love this map because it also shows you the territory that used to be previously occupied, right? You can even see it pretty much happening in real time. This is the territory. This is the territory that has been occupied since 2015. And the rest of everything that was bordering it pretty much turned into a battlefield. And those of you who have been following me since early 2022, you remember that this is how the full-scale invasion actually began, with the intensified shellings of the places in Donbas that were bordering the previously occupied territory. So, there's so many layers to this. Jesus. I do have questions. Says John, how did Russia take Crimea back in 2014 without any kind of backlash? Was it also taken by force? How did that play out? Yes, so they have sent in the troops. It was prepared for years prior to that. There was a possibility for them to interfere our government because we used to be an autonomous republic. Crimea was the autonomous region within Ukraine. We had our own parliament, and unfortunately this created perfect prerequisites for the Russians to interfere, for them to intervene with that parliament and basically infiltrate everything of actual importance, but that's entirely different conversations. And then using the power vacuum and the disarray that was happening in Kiev, because it was happening while the Revolution of Dignity was underway. And so using the fact that our treacherous President Yanukovych fled, and there was a power vacuum and there was chaos and all of this, the slaughter of the people previously at the hand of... Anyway, we've been through that. So using that situation, Russians have sent in the troops, claiming that they need to protect the Crimeans. And then after that, they have thrown the referendum to give it a semblance of legitimacy, pretty much. This is how it was done. So it was an example of a successful special military operation, ironically, right? Because they claim that what is happening right now is a special military operation. It's not really. But yeah, this is just a short summary of what was going on. And the entire conversation about how it was taken over without a single shot, it's a lie. It's a propaganda lie. There were casualties. There were people who were trying to resist. There were also mass protests in Crimea. So it wasn't all, nice and shiny the way the Russian propagandists like to make it out to be. Vance terrifies me. Yeah, he terrifies me too. He has eyes of a killer, and I don't know. Just know. And also, if you remember who is behind him, which is Peter Thiel, it's even much more. It gets to a point where it's like a literal horror film. Anyway, that was us looking at the map. Do we have anything else happening with Trump? No. Putin is expecting my call after meetings, Trump says. Adorable. That's absolutely adorable. Okay, let's see. Sorry, TikTok. I was ranting, but you know how we roll. What was happening? Someone was demanding something from me, and Hi, Maddie. Hello, good to see you. Disneyak says, with all due respect, you are turning me against Ukraine because okay, I don't know what to tell you. If me making jokes is enough for you to turn against Ukraine, then I don't think you were ever on Ukraine's side to begin with, my friend. Sorry, you may have already answered this, but what is general feeling towards Zelensky these days? I think recently it's been, in terms of popularity, he has been facing some of the lowest points because of the entire attempting to dismantle our anti-corruption agency situation that we have talked about in the past. Thank you, Ashi. But overall, it's not in the way. So I would put it this way: there is a lot of criticism. There is a lot of people being unhappy. A lot of people being vocally vocally critical of the government. Pretty much people protesting, for instance, the actions of the government. But it's in no way, shape, or form the way certain players try to depict it. So it's just the regular, people being tired of their politicians type of thing. So yeah, but you know my opinion on all politicians and our politicians in particular. So yeah. He looks like Trump. He looks like Trump's Labubu, JD. This is why I made the joke about but in reality he's Peter Thiel's Labubu, so I don't even know which one is better. Allegedly. Everything is alleged. Everything is alleged. I know. Ideally, right? Ideally. I'm not sure that this is the scenario that we will be getting, though. Keeping all of our territories, Russians paying the reparations, Ukraine joining NATO and the EU. Ideally, this is something that, of course, should be in the perfect world. This is something that should have happened, should be happening, but we do not live in one, I'm afraid. We'll have to see. So basically, they were pretending to protect the people of Crimea and then took it upon themselves as basically a reward to themselves, right? So the main excuse that they were using was the protecting of the people from the fascists, the same one that they're using right now. So if you're watching the news, you know that they use a lot of this. Oh, it's the Nazis everywhere, and it's the fascists, and it's the biolabs, and like all of that nonsense. It all originated from there. And yeah, this is how it all began. It was a playbook that they used back then, and then the one that they later applied to over here as well, to the rest of the country. It's nice to see Trumpsky in love with his KG. I don't know, why is it being so... Oh, like, we have people mad in the chat about why are you mocking? Why are you mocking America? Why? Well, first of all, I'm not mocking America, I'm mocking Trump. There is a great difference. Second of all, people are like, why are you saying that? Look at are you seeing this? I'm not even coming up with things. I'm not making up things. This is just what was happening. We have seen them riding in the car together. We have seen them hugging. We have seen them just looking, staring into each other's eyes. We're actually seeing one of the images right now. Putin telling him a little jokey joke, and Trump is looking at him. Like, you don't even have to lie about anything. You just have to observe things happening as they happen. And it's weird. It's weird. Also, by the way, I'm not an official, right? I'm not a diplomat. I do not work for the government, so I have no obligation to be super respectful of all of these disgusting creatures that occasionally happen to be your elected officials, right? I say what I say. I also give back energy that I receive. And oh my God, the amount of nonsense that I had to tolerate from certain types over the years, calling us all kinds of names, calling us all kinds of things, mocking our president, mocking our constitution, mocking our country, mocking our dead, mocking our veterans, mocking our the people who were everything, mocking the occupation. Just wow. And after that, we're supposed to be, oh, thank you so much, Marjorie Taylor Greene, for saying all of these disgusting things about our veterans. Like, is this how it's supposed to work? No way in hell. Come on, give me a break. Anyway, by the way, have you guys seen the video of the Russians in the front lines storming the Ukrainian positions with Russian and American flags on their military equipment? Yeah, Russian propaganda channels were very happy to spread this one around, indicating what they believe and hope to be the new chapter in the Russo-American relationship. Thank you, Monica. Good to see you. So yeah, let's look at that. How disgusting is this thing? And yeah, it was plastered all over all of their Telegram channels, all of their media, everything. It was everywhere. They're so proud of this little number. So yeah, I know. This is one of the consequences of the Alaska makeout session brought to you by. Oh wait, is it burning? What is happening? Okay, I don't know. They're not explaining to us what exactly happened to it. Hopefully it was destroyed. But yeah, and this is happening to the backdrop of the horror that was unleashed on Kharkiv today. I'm not going to show you the next picture of a firefighter carrying a body of a toddler that was killed, but this is just the one of the examples of the results of the Russian drone strikes on our territory. I'm surprised that Meloni is there since she's a Trump. Oh well, she has a job to do. No, but also it kind of makes sense, right? It kind of makes sense for her to be there. She's a leader of a very important European country. So thank you, Baileys. Thank you. Appreciate it. And also, of course, we have discussed how this matter is of great importance to all the European leaders. So thank you. Oh my god, I missed a lot of comments, everybody. I'm sorry. But I will try and catch up as I do. But if you feel like I have been missing out on your thoughts and feelings, you can always tell them to me in the YouTube chat, right? We're also live on YouTube, looking at everything. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Cinderella. Thank you. If you give them a piece, they are going to take the whole entire land. Right, that's the point, right? This is how they've been acting before, and we have seen this happening so many times. This is why sometimes I wake up and I cannot believe that we've been discussing something like this, because it has been... it has played out in front of our eyes. Oh, thank you, dear. Thank you. Thank you, Cinderella. We have seen this happening so many times over and over and over again. How could this possibly be happening? It's like this recurring nightmare. Christ. Okay, so this is Kharkiv, everybody, unfortunately. Also, prior to the meeting and prior to everything, Zelensky also put out a statement in English, basically emphasizing that the peace must be lasting, right? Something that we have discussed before. Thank you, Baileys. Saying that peace must be lasting and not like it was years ago, basically what I just told you guys, right? When Ukraine was forced to give up Crimea and part of our east, and Putin simply used it as a springboard for a new attack. Finally, Zelensky and I agree on something. I mean, I think me and him, we see eye to eye to everything that has to do with Russian aggression, that's for sure. The matters of the domestic politics, not necessarily, but everything that has to do with the aggressor country, yeah, that's for sure. Or when Ukraine was given the so-called security guarantees in 1994, he refers to the infamous Budapest Memorandum that we have discussed, I don't know how many times over, and that did not work, probably because one of the sides who signed it was Russia, that ended up attacking us a little bit later. So yeah, emphasizing that Ukraine's fighting for the land, for their land, for their independence. Now our soldiers are having successes in the Donetsk and Sumy regions. I'm confident that we will protect Ukraine, effectively guaranteed security, and our people will always be grateful to President Trump. Oh my God, no. It was such a good start. It was such a good start. Why did you have to do that? And he immediately follows that, we'll always be grateful to everyone in America. Why could... Okay, we will always be grateful to President Trump. Sure. And J.D. Vance and his couch. Every partner. It is also... I don't like this when they do this. Like when they single out Trump and then everyone else. Like the EU is just... They're just every partner. Okay. You do you, sweetie. For their support and invaluable assistance, Russia must end this war. Yeah, that's true, which it itself started. Yep, also true. And I hope that our joint strength will, with America, with our European friends, will force Russia to make real peace. Thank you. He finished it like Trump ends his truths on Truth Social, right? Trump always ends it with, thank you for your attention to this matter. Thank you for your da-da-da-da-da. Oh my God. Yeah, he's trying to play, Zelensky's trying to play little psychological games here. Huh, okay. Hopefully this will work out for you and all of us collectively. God. All right, I know. Okay, let's see. Are they still talking? Yeah. Oh, the Reuters is putting up a little comparison of Zelensky's White House visit, Monday versus February. Well, we all remember what happened last time. We still see it in our nightmares. Yeah, that's this one. It's this one. The one where Zelensky is in his little, what is it, a sweatshirt? And Trump is doing the lecturing thing. Yeah. Americans know Russia cannot be trusted. Hopefully. I really hope so. I mean, I got this impression from all of you guys who follow me, who keep up with the lives, who share your thoughts on the matter. Yeah, it seemed to me that you understand. But occasionally we get certain characters in the chat whom I believe you also have noticed, about whom you know much more than I do because you live around them. Thankfully, I at least have never encountered any of these people, in real life, only on the internet, so... Thank you. That's very sweet. He's a war criminal. Putin is a war criminal. Everybody seems to have forgotten about that. Yeah, right. I know. Thoughts on why Trump is capitulating like no other US president? Well, we've talked about all of the possible conspiracies regarding that before, right? The one that, I don't know, seems most likely to me is that they need an out to get to Taiwan, basically. They need an out to... Well, this would be, I mean, the one explanation that makes sense without us going into this whole, he's actually directly working for Putin situation, which, okay, let's not go there. But yeah, this could be it. They need an off-ramp to get to Far East, because everyone in the Far East is preparing for the war. Like, everyone is getting ready. China's getting ready to take over Taiwan. There are military drills all the time around Taiwan. There are just there's all this activity in Okinawa, in the Philippines, everywhere. Korea, Kim Jong-un still exists, unfortunately, and South Korea is also ramping up production of military equipment. So, like, the entire, this is where things are brewing. So this could make sense, right? In the world where things still make sense, I guess. But, who knows? Who knows what's happening in that little orange head of his? I wish I knew. That's good to know. Do the people in Crimea prefer... Oh, thank you, Daydreamer. Oh, that's very sweet. Thank you. By this point in time, the people of Crimea have been under occupation since 2014. So you have the... Thank you, Vincenzo. You have how many generations already? You have so many people who have... Thank you, Emma, who have grown up there, who were born under the Russian rule, who do not remember another life. It's really hard to make, a just assessment of what is actually going on there. From my experience, being from there, being born and raised there, the people there have always been just extremely passive, right? They were never like, oh, Russia. It was just this passivity. It was this, what is this? What is this thing? I just noticed there is a... Okay, I don't know what that is. Anyway, there was always this political passivity, right? The not caring. Thank you, Emmy. The, okay, whatever happens, happens. And as we have already pointed out repeatedly during our previous lives, this is one of the worst mindsets you could have. It's not the being actively fascist. It's not the being actively any sort of radical whatsoever. It's the passive, toward helplessness mindset that ends up people in the worst possible circumstances. Anyway. Right, that's true, Dave. The one without all the gold on the wall. They didn't have as much gold. Are you guys seeing this? YouTube people, are you seeing they do not have as much Timo gold, thank you, Emma, on their walls in the White House back in February? Oh my god, what happened? Who went crazy on their Amazon purchases? Oh my goodness gracious. Look at all this gold. Wow, they bedazzled the Oval Office big time, everybody. Oh, who did that? Oh, Christ, no. And I saw, but when you're just seeing like little details, thank you, Zoe, just little pieces. Like there was an image, floating around of one of the little angels, just extremely tacky, that they used for decorating. It's one thing, but when you see a side-by-side comparison, it's pretty devastating. All right, okay, sure. Right, it is gilded, yeah. But oh my god. Yeah, that would be too much gold for someone like him. Okay, we're still waiting for the results, for something to come out of this meeting. In the meantime, we have had also a lot of conflicting statements, right? We're coming in and out, as they tend to do before the meeting, mainly from Trump, as always. Another truth that he truthed some time ago was this one: President Zelensky of Ukraine can end the war with Russia almost immediately if he wants to, or he can continue to fight. Remember how it started not getting back, Obama given Crimea 12 years ago without a shot being fired, a lie, by the way. And no going into NATO by Ukraine. Some things never change. What? Actually, this was the truth that made me most concerned when I read it, when I witnessed this, and I was like, oh my god, he's gonna beat Zelensky up. He's... Oh, this is gonna be very painful. But no, you see, this was just one of the things that he blurted out, as he does. There's like million of them every single day. And the meeting itself, at least what we saw coming out of the Oval Office, was pretty civil, pretty decent, so that's good. Another thing that we had was a statement from Marco Rubio, as Secretary of State. The US does not support the idea of transferring the entire territory of Donbas under Russian control. Why is this conflicting statement because just before that, Steve Witkoff went on, I think, Fox News and said that the US actually considers this, so this is what Russia wants and that it could potentially get it. So Rubio had to intervene and say, no, actually we do not support that. So back and forth, as they do, unfortunately. Nothing has changed here. It's the same rhetoric. As in, just repeated nonsense. Yes, this is Witkoff. Oh, on CNN, okay. And he basically stated that the US and Russia have agreed on security guarantees for Ukraine, but the next steps depend on Kyiv. Okay, we'll see. And this is where, by the way, he stated that Moscow made concessions on 5 Ukrainian regions. Let's listen.
When the peace robust security guarantees that I would describe as game-changing. We didn't think that we were anywhere close to agreeing to Article 5 protection from the United States, in legislative enshrinement within the Russian Federation, not to go after any other territory when the peace deal is codified, legislative enshrinement in the Russian Federation, not to go after any other European countries and violate their sovereignty. So we agreed to there was plenty more. We agreed to.
One of the things that strikes me about these people, when trying to analyze anything that they're doing or saying, when you read a summary of what they said, the summary that someone else, like a journalist or a blogger, has written for you, it kind of makes sense, but then you listen to them actually speak, and it's just a whole load of nothing, just a bunch of nonsense. Just absolutely nonsensical. It takes a very special kind of talent to actually, understand what these people mean, because it's just so much water. Oh well. Oh no, I know, the rose garden. It was so painful. You guys, I know. The gold things are from Home Depot, but spray painted gold. Yeah, some people actually found some of the items on Amazon and Temu, and oh, thank you, Josh. Oh, this is lovely. And they pointed out that, yeah, that's exactly, yeah, that's what happened. Wait, there was something before that also. He teased, right? Trump teased that there is big progress on Russia. Stay tuned. We're so tuned. We would be so happy and so excited if there was actually any progress on Russia. that doesn't involve stuff like this happening, like you two looking in love. Also, look at this Putin, how fidgety he is. He was never that fidgety. You remember some of our conspiracies, right, about how this is probably not him. But look at this, look at this, look at the, what is this little dancey dance that he's doing? What is happening? Oh well. That was just a little glimpse. Just a little glimpse. We're still waiting for something to come out. Okay, we have almost half the country in the air raid alerts, everybody, in the meantime, while we're waiting for something to happen. In a perfect world, right? Mocking politicians is a must. That's what I say. That's my motto. Every single day. Tracy says, so I am confused. You do not want the war to end? Thank you, Anne. Tracy, I don't know what to tell you. How is this your takeaway from what I just said? How could possibly this be a takeaway from anything that I said, that I do not want the war to end? I don't know. It takes the Trump school of hearing, I guess, and Trump school of reading comprehension to make this conclusion out of everything that I've just said. No, we would very much like the war to end. You know what I don't want happening? I do not want this to being, I do not want this being just a temporary solution, just another couple months, couple years that will give the Russians time and resources to prepare and strike us again, and this time for good. Like we have seen so many times, over and over and over again. This is something that we do not, and it's not just me, it's all of us collectively, because we had to live through this situation again. This is why we keep saying all of the just peace, right? Lasting peace. Do you know why we keep saying these things? Because we've already been, unfortunately, faced with a lot of unjust peace agreements. And the peace agreements that were not actually peace agreements, that were the agreements just to, I don't know, do what? To cosplay, right? To just pretend like we're actually doing something. To pretend like everyone is trying to do something about the Russian aggression, when in reality everybody just wanted to continue doing business as usual with the Russians. Right? This is something that people do not want to happen. So I don't know how many times can we say this over and over and over again. Some people just don't want to hear it. Oh boy. Okay. Team of Gold, right? Oh, thank you, Henrik. Thank you. Right, Maddie. It's the Team of Gold. The most exquisite one. The rarest gold there is. I know. You guys. Yeah, that's just something that we have to live through, right? It's just something, this is this era that we've been dealt. I don't know why, but we have to make it out of it. We have to make most out of it. We have to finally learn our lessons. We do not have another way around it. We cannot give up and we cannot give in, because if we do, then what's left? We cannot just possibly let these horrible individuals win. All of them. Not the Russian ones, not the rest of them. Okay, I guess we're still waiting on something to happen. I still had... Oh, this was adorable. I absolutely love this one. The little pixel art of Olesia Ukrainka and Olga, I think Olga Kobylanska, right? Yeah. Good friends, as the historians would call them. Oh, thank you, Henrik. Thank you, dear. That was wonderful. It was very pretty. Hard to read the chat against the top. Okay. I'm not gonna take it off. But yeah, I know sometimes it happens. Sometimes it happens. Sorry, you guys. I will wear a different one. Wait, who insinuates me getting banned? Oh, For what? What have I done? No, but honestly, if something happens to this account, please make sure to follow me on YouTube and also follow me on my second account, which is linked in bio, okay? Because you never know with these people, so... you never know. You never know. Okay, wait. I also wanted to look at the letter from Melania. You guys, Melania wrote a letter to Putin. We should look at that. We should take a look. That's the one that one of the reporters asked about. It was an interesting, a curious situation we have on our hands with this one. We're gonna get into this in a second. I'm just gonna try and keep up with some of the things you guys are saying. My dogs are trying to steal my sandwich. Oh yeah, I know. This is what they do. This is what they do. Mine love to attempt to take all of our food as well. That's what the dogs are good at, huh? Right. He said he did mention Biden a lot, but this is what he does, right? This is what he does. Okay, the Melania letter, everybody. Melania Trump, First Lady of the United States of America, addressing Dear President Putin. Should I try and make her accent? I don't think I will be able to. I think I'm just going to make a weird Russian one. Dear President Putin, every child shares the same quiet dreams in their heart. Whether born randomly into nation's rustic countryside or a magnificent city center, they dream of love, possibility, and safety from danger. As parents, it is our duty to nurture the next generation's hope. As leaders, the responsibility to sustain our children extends beyond the comfort of a few. She did not write that. She did not write that. But anyway, undeniably, we must strive to paint a dignity-filled world for all, so that every soul may wake to peace, and so that the future itself is perfectly guarded. A simple yet profound concept, Mr. Putin, as I'm sure you agree, is that each generation's descendants begin their lives with a purity, an innocence which stands above geography, government, and ideology. Do you think he cried when he read this? He was like, oh my God, Melania, you're so on point. Yet in today's world, some children are forced to carry quiet laughter, untouched by the darkness around them, a silent defiance against the forces that can potentially claim their future. He did not understand that sentence. Even if he read it, which I really doubt, he did not understand what she meant here, I can guarantee you. Mr. Putin, you can single-handedly restore their melodic laughter. In protecting the innocence of these children, you will do more than serve Russia alone, you serve humanity itself. Such a bold idea transcends all human division, and you, Mr. Putin, are fit to implement this vision with a stroke of the pen today. It is time. Sincerely, Melania Trump. Interesting signature. Looks like the mountains, the Tatry. Okay, a lot to unpack here. I mean, at least, I would like to imagine that it was done in good spirit, that it was genuinely, like that she cares. Remember a couple weeks ago, Trump mentioned that he is dining with Melania, and Melania is telling him, did you have a call with Putin? And Trump says, yes, I had a call with Putin. And Melania is like, was it a good call? And Trump is like, yes, beautiful, incredible, beautiful call. And Melania goes, well, he just bombed another building in Ukraine. And it was used as this, great moment, just Melania, the GUR agent, Melania is for Ukraine. So I guess she really cares, which makes sense considering that she is from the country that is relatively close to here, a part of the region in a way, depending on how you define the region. At the same time, this is just to imagine that Putin could possibly care about something like this. After everything that was done in his name, and under his direct command and guidance, and under something that we have already heard multiple confirmations that was actually a deliberate strategy of intimidation, right? For instance, rape was used in this war as the weapon of intimidation. The kidnapping of the children, thanks to which he now has the International Criminal Court order and is considered the criminal. It's done with his knowledge, with his approval. In fact, it was something that was not just, sort of happened and then Putin learned about it. He was like, well, that's a great thing. Yes, actually, we need more children. This is something that was created by him. This was one of the ideas, this was one of the main motivations, right? Using humans as resources, taking these kids and raising them as Russian, erasing their Ukrainian identity, all of everything that we know about this person. And it just comes off as naive at the very best. And also, I think the finishing touch to this letter is the fact that, to the backdrop of this letter being written about the children and their smiles and their quiet laughter and all of this, we have Trump almost making out with Putin, the man who is directly responsible for this children's suffering, just on main in front of the whole world live. So I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what we were trying to accomplish here. But yeah, it was bizarre. And yes, Joe, that's a very good one. I don't think Putin would ever read something written by a woman, because I don't think he thinks women are people to begin with. Yeah, everybody, I know. Okay, they're still talking. We're still waiting. We're going to discuss a bunch of things while we're waiting, everyone, so... But we're still waiting for the meeting between Trump and the EU officials and Zelensky to actually show some results, and hopefully there will be something today. We will reach some sort of anything concrete, any ideas, any I don't know, vibes, feelings, thoughts, something. Does the majority still support Zelensky as president? The recent scandal really tanked his ratings. The recent anti-corruption agency's scandal, but we haven't had polling since then. I don't think we have. Well, the one that we have, it didn't seem very trustworthy to me, but even that one showed that his rating slightly dropped. I think it was showing like 60% in support. Not sure about that. But yeah, this is one of the reasons why they keep bringing up elections. So during the conversation with Trump, he was asked about the elections, and he said that he's open to this. But we have a much better indicator inside of the country that the elections are going to happen, and it's that our politicians wake up from their perpetual slumber of the last couple of years, and they start preparing for the elections. So you have the zombie woman Yulia Tymoshenko, for instance, one of our most ancient politicians. She has been awoken, and she has been awake for a while now, giving interviews, doing these little like promotions, talking, commenting on things, and other politicians as well. So like, for instance, you have in Kyiv and other major cities, I think, people already started receiving leaflets for different politicians and their programs and their campaigns and So the wind is definitely blowing towards this direction. Zelensky said an interesting thing now that we were listening to him. He said that if there is a safe and secure situation, if there is a truth of sorts, so I imagine he believes that maybe it's going to be a ceasefire. Hopefully the ceasefire in the sky, most importantly. What's with my English today? I'm so sorry, everybody. You know, it happens sometimes. That if that were to be achieved, then we will be capable of having the elections, which is interesting. It's very interesting considering that he didn't say anything about lifting the martial law. So I'm not sure how that's going to work, because in theory, by our legislation, the martial law has to be lifted first before we can, start talking about the elections and so on and so forth. But he only talked about the truth, and he talked about the secure and safe environment. Again, the question remains of the territories that are currently occupied under the Russian control. What is going to happen there? Are there going to be elections there? No. The answer is no. I can already tell you. And there is already precedent for that. This is what was happening when the parts of Donbas and Crimea got occupied. The rest of the country still had elections, just without us. So, sad but true. The sad reality of occupation, unfortunately. Anyway, so that was Melania's letter. Again, this is Trump and Putin. Another of his interviews before that. We've already mentioned that. Oh, Medvedev had things to say. Okay, we're gonna get to Medvedev, everybody. Of course, the most important man who ever lived, who has comments on everything. Has he said he will be a candidate too? He hasn't, but I imagine he probably will. We will see. I think he will. Their recent action, him and his teams are indicating that he will. That he is at least interested in. Well, there's a lot of questionable actions that we have, some of which we have discussed in the past, but they indicate that they would very much like to to do that. I don't know why people think that Ukraine should give up an inch of land. Right. That's a very good question. But under, common sense, international law, just anything, precedent, everything that we have seen in the past, this should not be the case. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if they try and force this onto us anyway. But we'll see. We will see. Thank you, Raider. Thank you, Nick. Thank you. Let me see. Tatiana Sinko. Oh, it's a Russian-American named Tatiana Sinko. Здравствуйте, Tatiana. Wait, what do you want to tell us? You do not want war to end. The land is more important to you and people like you, not people... When did I say this, Tatiana? Татьяна, вы каким местом слушаете, если вы слушаете вообще меня? Каким местом? Расскажите мне. Где я сказала хоть когда-то про это? Про то, что земля важнее, чем люди. Пожалуйста. Timestamp, если можно. Oh my goodness gracious. This is incredible. These people just taking information out of their asses, pardon my language, and then for some reason try to say that I have said that. And this is... How can you possibly make such a conclusion out of everything I've just said? Talking about the just peace, the lasting peace, the conditions that are needed, that there has to be pressure put on Russia, that it would be wonderful if we were to have peace, but it has to be a just and lasting peace, which means there needs to be sanctions. Jesus, take the will. There needs to be sanctions. There need to be some sort of measures of reinforcement. There have to be security guarantees. Tatiana, доброе утро. Невыносимо просто. Господи, спаси и сохрани. Okay. Okay, it's been getting quieter in the eastern regions. Okay, that's good. But Chernihiv and Sumy and part of Poltava still under attack. Everyone. Yeah, today. So the moment I knew this was going to happen, everyone. I knew this was going to happen the moment I posted a TikTok video. It boosts the activity. You can see that we have more people in the chat on TikTok than we usually do, but at the same time, it brings in the psychopaths. This is just a part of life, and this is something that I have to weigh in every single time before I post anything on TikTok. Like, do I want these people in? Because if I do post, they will be in. There will be a Tatiana Sinko. Which, by the way, a Ukrainian last name, interestingly. But yeah, this is a very common case. We have a lot of stuff like this happening. Anyway, you have a Tatiana, or Tracy, or Brian, or someone else yelling at me, telling me that I have said and felt and thought a bunch of things that I have never said or felt or thought, and being surprised that I do not worship Trump with them, or you know the drill. So. I'm sorry, everyone. That's just that's the reality of being on the internet and talking about anything remotely political. Yeah, John. I'm just, we do not get a lot of, actively pro-Russian people who are also Russian. Tatiana is an exception here. So whenever I get an opportunity to talk to them in Russian, I grab at it. Anyway, the map that we were just looking at, it was the map of the air raid sirens, of the air raid alerts. And this is the regions of Ukraine that are currently having the drone or missile danger in them. You can see this is Chernihiv and this is Sumy and this is part of Poltava. These are always red. So this is the Luhansk Oblast of Ukraine, which is fully occupied by this point in time, and this is Crimea, which is also fully occupied. So, yeah. All right, let's go back. Let's see what Medvedev had to say about the Trump-Putin summit, everybody. Dmitry Medvedev, the former president of Russia, currently known for his drinking and commenting on things, calling people names, being just an overall extremely unpleasant goblin. Anyway, so Alaska meeting initial results. Full-scale, high-level talks between Russia and the US have been restored, calm, without ultimatums or threats. Of course, with a lot of making out passionately in front of everyone. The Russian president personally and in detail presented Russia's conditions for ending the conflict in Ukraine to the US president. Major victory for everybody. After nearly 3 hours of talks, the White House chief declined to escalate pressure on Russia, for now at least, which they believe is a major victory, by the way. This is something important to point out. A lot of the Russian establishment believe that this in itself is a huge victory already. The fact that there is a communication bridge and that there were no increased pressure on Russia prior to those communications being established, because a lot of people who hoped that perhaps there would be some pressure put onto Russia first, so that perhaps the deal could be better for the sane people of the world, that, there wouldn't be any insane requirements. No, there was no real pressure. There was the talks of the tariffs on India. Anyway, importantly, the meeting showed that negotiations are possible without preconditions and can take place while the special military operations continue. This is another important victory for them, which is interesting because this is something that they have talked, Zelensky and Trump have also talked about this, right? We were just watching their little conversation. They've talked about the possible ceasefire, whether or not Trump was actually very careful with this one, with the possibility of ceasefire. He's like, no, there's going to be peace. Or maybe there won't be peace, or there will be peace. I have sold 6 words. But the entirety of this line of thinking, like there has to be conversations without the killing being stopped, is a very important line that the Kremlin has been pushing, right? So we're going to continue talking, we're going to continue demanding, we're going to continue trying to see how much we can get out of you, how much we can grab, while at the same time we will continue killing people like this child and 6 more people that they killed today in Kharkiv, right? So this is what it means. Right? This is what it means. Meetings showed negotiations are possible without preconditions, can take place while the special military operation continues. Okay. So, yeah, this was, interestingly enough, right, not insane, not the same levels of insanity that we have previously seen from Medvedev, but I think he went silent after that particular moment. Remember when Trump said that he is gonna unleash the nuclear submarines because of what Medvedev said? After this, Medvedev disappeared for a while, probably getting beaten in an FSB basement, and then he emerged, and he sounds much more respectful. But yeah, so this is just, it was interesting to observe, from the communication standpoint and from what they have been trying to tell us. What are they trying to show us? What are they trying to signal? The diplomacy and the signals of it all. Trump is using Putin's word. I know. Yeah, there is a lot of that. Perhaps, some of the Trump apologists would tell us it's part of the deal, and this is something that that is being done to, I guess, warm Putin up a little bit. Because a lot of what we have seen, right, it was done, it's clearly being done as a concession to the Russians, and it's being done to show Putin how, ready and willing everyone is. Is this a working strategy? We will learn. We'll have to learn in the upcoming days, everybody. Thank you. Ray Sirman, what about that Orange Revolution thing? Thank you, Jonathan. Wait. You mean the one with Yushchenko and like Tymoshenko? The one, like the 2004-2005 ordeal? What? Well, Yushchenko himself has admitted that, inviting Tymoshenko over on his team was one of the greatest mistakes he has ever made. So, but yeah, and then she was with everyone. She was in power for I think since before I was even born. She was already mingling. So, and she is still here with her signature hairstyle, and yeah. Мер без жодних поступок. Yeah, would be nice. I know. How old is she? Yulia Tymoshenko? That's a good question. Or me. I am ancient. I am 2,000 years old. Thank you, Bailey. So that's a Leo. That's very nice. Let's see. How old is Yulia Tymoshenko? Jesus Christ. Okay, she's 64. Okay, not as ancient as she could have been, but ever since I remember her, I don't know for how long, probably ever since I can remember myself, which is devastating for me on a personal level. Yeah, she's still here. She's still here, making ridiculous claims. Like recently, she has been a great proponent for us dismantling our anti-corruption agencies because her son-in-law is under investigation by one of them. So, okay, we have a little update. While Trump and Zelensky met, the European leaders were scheduled to have a buffet lunch at the White House. They were then scheduled to take a family photo with Trump, according to the White House schedule. Well, that's mildly disturbing. I don't like that. Then Trump is set to meet with the leaders of Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Finland, and the European Union and NATO at 3 p.m. So I'm not entirely sure if we will be here till then. Probably. Okay, we'll try. We'll try our best. We will be waiting. We'll see for how long I will last today. But yeah, I would really like to see something to come out of this little situation that we have going on. Okay, that's just the statements, and the Putin. Jesus Christ. Even Putin doesn't have this much gilded stuff in his little. Let's see. This is the type of interiors that Putin prefers. Everybody, the columns and the flags. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Diana.
Нашего визита нашей делегации в Соединенные Штаты, на Аляску. Хочу отметить, что визит был своевременным и весьма полезным.
Okay, no, we're not going to listen to you. Anyway, this was him doing a little report to his officials about the Alaska summit, right? And him stressing that the settling these the root causes of the conflict must be at the heart of any possible agreement. This is something that one of the reporters asked, by the way. If you guys remember from the Trump-Zelensky press conference, they asked about this. This is the statement that they were mentioning, the root causes. Right, so we have heard him talk about this so much. By the way, let's look at him. Let's look at the shape of his skull. That's what we're working with, everybody. That's the little creature, the devil. Anyway, this is him. The root causes changed according with the Kremlin's mood, with what they feel like, with what they're feeling, with how they're vibing for the day. So the most recent one, we have heard the denazification, the demilitarization. We have heard the restoring of the Russian language in Ukraine, which is one of their main demands, by the way. It's one of their repeated claims that the Russian speakers in Ukraine are being discriminated, that we're being oppressed, that we're being cleansed, and all of that, persecuted, which is every single time he says this. I, myself, as a Russian speaker in Ukraine, I'm like, wow, incredible. I'm being oppressed and cleansed. How interesting. Anyway, what else? The Russian Orthodox Church, the FSB Orthodox Church, as I like to call it, and its rights in Ukraine are also very important to this man, who is apparently super Christian. I am not entirely sure how does all of the children murdering, activities and Christianity coexist in the minds of some of the people who claim that he's this great proponent for Christianity. We will never know. But yeah, so a lot of different demands, a lot of the different. Oh, thank you, Emma, for the subscription too. Yay! Already, what do we have? 19 subscribers, everybody. Thank you so much. Oh, this is lovely. You guys are being too kind to me. Thank you. Everyone's very nice to me today, except for the occasional Tatiana and Tracy, but anyway, what is the map you use to show the current conditions of the front lines, the deep state map. I'm gonna send the link into the YouTube chat so that you guys could use it too. Let me see, has anything happened? No, nothing happened. Okay, this is the one. It's a very good map that we all love dearly. Let me, wait, where's my YouTube chat? Okay, I think it's here. Okay, boom, boom, there you go. That's the map. No secrets from you guys. Jump scare. Ah, the big circle in the middle looks like it's covering a trapdoor. Oh, wouldn't it be nice if they all just collapsed, right? I know. Wouldn't it be incredible? Okay, wait, let's see. Do we have anything important happening? Or do we have... No, we just have a bunch of pop culture stuff happening. Russian opposition media. No, I don't want to watch Dozhd. Okay, this is what he said. So that was the exact comment. I actually missed what the guy said. The Brian Glenn. President Zelensky, you look fabulous in that suit. And Zelensky to this says, you are in the same suit. I changed, you did not. Oh, how sassy is he? Oh my god, I love it when he does that. Brian, go ahead, Brian. Once again, everybody, people in the back. Look fabulous! Fabulous! You look good! You look good! Oh, and he apologized. Huh. Huh. Well, how the turntables. And he made Trump laugh, and oh, everyone. Okay, sure. I have never seen that guy's face. Is that the Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend? They look related. Is this normal for these people? Oh my god. What is happening? Oh, okay. Sure, you do you. What the hell, sure. Okay. Anyway. What the hell, sure, you guys. I know. Okay, hello. Sorry, TikTok chat. Героям слава також, as always. Слава Україні, героям слава. Right, that was exactly my point. Who's to say that this won't happen again? I know. If an end to war means no NATO and losing Crimea, would you support that? What does losing Crimea mean? I don't understand. No one could ever explain it to me. Recently, what we've been discussing is not us losing. De facto, we have lost it, right? Currently, it's occupied by Russia. It has been occupied for almost 12 years at this point, right? For how long has it been? I already lost count of how many years. Thank you, Josh. Oh, it's the soup. Oh my god, is this ramen? I would love to have some tonkotsu ramen. Thank you. That looked nice. That looked very nice. Anyway, Crimea. It's the question of normalization. It's the question of, and by this point in time, it's no longer Ukraine only question. I know you like to pretend, some of you, not all of you, a lot of you are nice people. Many of you like to pretend that this is a Ukraine only question, right? That, okay, you could just, chillax a little bit, you can relax and you can say that, oh, we do not want Crimea anymore, we don't care anymore. And then everything will be perfect. Everything will be great. It's the matter of international law. It sets a terrifying precedent for the entire European continent and for the world, actually, as well. Because what do you mean if you make... who says that if we make this concession, if the world... so what do you mean here, I imagine, losing Crimea, is the United States and Europe and Ukraine recognizing Crimea as Russia, right? What it says is, okay, you know what? Military aggression is justified, actually, in certain cases. You can do stuff like this. This questionable territory that you believe belongs to you because it belonged to you 300 years ago, 1,000 years ago, a million years ago. Go for it. Go for it, just do it, just take it. You have military capacity to do it, just take it. For, why? Just, what the hell? Just for the fun of it. Because, who knows, maybe in a couple years, when you did that, and you also maybe did another military aggression, which is even bigger, maybe everyone will be like, you know what, sure, just keep it, just get to keep it. That's the problem. Who says that they're not going to do this with Estonia in 5 years? Or with Lithuania, or with Latvia? I don't know. I know some of you do not know what that is. It's the Baltic countries. They're in the NATO. Who says that the same rhetoric won't be applied towards let's just give them Narva. Russians just occupied Narva. That's the Estonian city that's very close to Russia and that has a substantial Russian-speaking minority living there. Okay, well, I mean, let's just give them Narva, I guess, so that they wouldn't occupy the rest of Estonia. Do you see the problem here? That's the problem. This is what we're trying to avoid here, ideally. Oh boy, okay. Anyway. Right, Rabbit is asking, hey US peeps, would giving Alaska to Russia worth not defending ourselves? Mexico has some claim on the US land, right? Everybody has. Yes, Zoe, I'm seeing your message, I think. Do you mean the one in the chat, or was there something else? Wait, let me see. Oops, and it disappeared. I think I had the notifications off or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, I was ranting about something. Sorry, everyone. Right. The USSR, huh? Don't know how lucky you are. The ones in the chat or the ones in the... Let me see. Now, okay, I'll just be keeping an eye out, I guess. It's fine though. It's perfectly fine. No, you do you. If that's the one. I only see I think one or two. We'll be fine. We'll figure stuff out. Don't worry about it. Okay, let me go back to the thing. Okay, Trump and Zelensky on their way to meet with the EU leaders. Only now. They were supposed to be there already. What? Okay, they were talking to each other. Okay, cool, I guess. Wonderful. They have hopefully agreed on something. Good thing is we now know that J.D. Vance didn't bit Zelensky's head off or something, so that's good news. Alright, and now they're on the way to somewhere. Okay, cool. Let's see. Yeah, we've been having join NATO and nuclearize Kiev. Oh, Christ. Okay, George. Sure. Sure, George. If you say so. I don't know. I didn't understand your statement. No, it's all good. You know me, I get confused, and then it takes me a while to load. Okay, we have Trump's meeting with European leaders, everybody.
To consider, and we're
jump
going
scare.
To be considering that at
Go
the
to
table
YouTube
also
to see Trump, everyone.
who we want, essentially.
No one went to
Optimistic
YouTube.
that collectively, we can reach an agreement that would deter any future aggression against Ukraine, and I actually think there won't be. I think that's even overrated, largely overrated, but we're going to find out.
Oh, the sweatshirt was a disgrace. It was such a spit into everyone's face, the Lavrov shirt.
Take a lot of the burden.
Christ.
We're going to help them, and we're going to make it very secure. We also need to discuss the possible exchanges of territory.
Yeah, I think so,
taking
yes,
into
sir.
consideration the current
Should be fine.
line
Don't
of
worry.
contact. That means the war zone, the war lines that are pretty obvious, very sad actually to look at them. And negotiating positions. President Putin, also you have President of Ukraine, who is, you just met a little while ago, and we're going to try and get a three-party meeting, maybe as soon as we can.
Okay, so there's
and I
going
have
to
a
be
feeling you and President Putin are going to work something out.
trilateral meeting.
Ultimately, this is a decision
Zelensky,
that can
Putin,
only
Trump,
be
hopefully.
made by President
Okay.
Zelensky and by the people of Ukraine working also together in agreement with President Putin, and I just think that's
I hate this
very good things
working
that are
with
going to come
President
up. So I hope we
Putin.
have a good meeting, and if we can have a good meeting, I'll set up a meeting with President Putin, and if you'd like, I'll go to that meeting. And not that I want to do that, but
What do you mean if you'd like? You just said it's
because we wanna save
trilateral.
A lot of people from dying. A lot of people are dying, and we got to save them. Got to save it. 5,000,
just said it's gonna be
6,000,
trilateral, right?
7,000 people sometimes a week.
Am I
All of us
hallucinating?
would obviously prefer an immediate ceasefire while we work on a lasting peace, and maybe something like that could happen. As of this moment, it's not happening, but
Okay, it's not
President
happening.
Zelensky and President Putin can talk a little bit more about that. You know, in the 6 or so wars that we stopped, we haven't had a
Again,
ceasefire.
already stopped
And
6 or so.
I don't
So there
know
was one
that
more
it's
war that you stopped
necessary. You can
in
do it through the
30
war,
minutes.
But it would be, I like the ceasefire from another standpoint. You immediately stop the killing. But I believe a peace agreement at the end of all of this is something that's very attainable, and it can be done in the near future.
Near
With
future.
all of the wars that I got involved in, we only have this one left. Of course, as I walk out the door, there'll probably be a new one starting, and I'll get that stopped too. But I thought this was going to be one of the easier ones. It's actually one of the most difficult. They're very complex. The next step would be for a trilateral meeting, and that will be worked out. And I just look forward to working and having a great result. We're going to spend a lot of time today talking about, and we're really honored you guys came over. I mean, these are the heads of major countries, and respected all over Europe. And they speak for, largely, I think I should say, but pretty much for the other countries of Europe.
Let them speak,
And,
please. Someone else.
We will
Let
come
Macron
to
speak.
a resolution today, I think, on almost everything, including probably the security. And,
Probably the
that's
security.
pretty
What-
much the
what else is there to
story.
talk
I'd like
about?
say, Mr. President, would you like to say something? You have the media. If you want, you could come over and you could stand. You could use mine, or you could just turn around, whichever you feel comfortable with.
Okay, he's gonna.
I can speak without microphone. Thank you so much. I think that we
No,
had very
please.
good conversation with President Trump.
Very good.
Okay,
And
very good
it
conversation with
was,
Trump.
The best one.
The
or
best
sorry,
one.
maybe the best
We're live on
one.
YouTube, everybody. Go to YouTube, okay? If you want to see Zelensky and Trump and the biggest
we
people in
spoke
Europe.
about very sensitive points. The first one is security guarantees, and we
Security
are very
guarantees.
happy with President that
Please use the
all
microphone.
leaders are here, and security in Ukraine depends on the United States and on you and on those leaders who are with us in our hearts.
Macron looks at him so lovingly.
Yesterday and etc. So a lot of
That's
countries on
my
the
boyfriend.
side of Ukraine, our people, and all of us want to finish this war, stop Russia, and stop this war. We spoke about it, and we will speak more about.
We will speak more, okay, good.
It's very important that the United States gives such strong signal.
He can read.
Ready for security guarantees. The second point, or maybe the first, humanitarian direction, very important to exchange all the prisoners. And I think
prison-
that
okay, that's
President
good.
will help, and I was very thankful to
Trump will help with
your
prisoner
wife
exchange,
and
cool.
Mr. President for the letter about our abducted children.
Abducted
And,
children, okay,
I
cool.
hope that really it can be historical
That's
for
good.
people to bring kids back to the
Prisoners,
families and be
kids.
happy.
Get the people back, yeah.
Yes, this is so important, and I'm
Very
happy that
important,
we
yes.
started this track with the President Trump, and I hope that we will find decisions. And then, what is very important that all the sensitive things,
What sensitive
territorial,
things?
etc., we will discuss on the level of leaders during trilateral meeting, and President Trump will try to organize such meeting and.
Okay, they
said
will
that
try
he
to
will
organize
come
the
or
trilateral
come.
meeting, so it's not a guarantee.
Ukraine will be happy if you
both want me there, I will be there. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. And I
Ah,
think
so
this
Putin
is
hasn't
very
agreed yet.
important.
Putin still
Yeah,
hasn't
so
agreed to the trilateral
security
meeting.
guarantees bring
And he
peace
might
back
not,
and-
actually.
And all our people,
We'll see.
not only
Okay.
warriors, first of all warriors, and all the civilians, journalists, a lot of people in prison. So we need them back.
For now, they haven't specified. We are all guessing that Donbas, but
I showed
I've already talked about why it's
details
complicated.
on the battlefield, on the map. Thank you so much. Thank you for the map, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you for the map. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the joy.
We'll get you.
I think that we had constructive, specific meeting, and I'm very thankful to all the leaders who are here, and you help a lot, and so we are happy that we have
with
such
it.
big unity
Okay.
today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
well, you didn't get yelled at,
I think
beaten
you'll
up
see
by
that
JD
President
Vance.
Putin
Yeah.
really would like to do something else. I think when we set that up, when we do, I think it's going to be when, not if. I think you're going to see some really positive moves. I
Yeah,
know
if
there's
YouTube keeps
over
crashing,
1,000
please try
prisoners,
refreshing
and I
it.
know they're going to release them. Maybe
It
they're
should.
gonna release them
It should
very
work,
soon, like
hopefully.
immediately, which I think is great. But we will, we're going to set that up today after this meeting. So, very good and great remarks. I appreciate it. Mark, as head of NATO, maybe you could say a few words.
Yes, I will be very brief. I really want to thank you,
NATO Chief Rutte speaking,
for the fact that you, as I said before, broke the deadlock basically with President Putin by starting that dialogue. And I think it was in February that you had the first phone call. And
JD Vance is there, everybody.
Where we are today.
I can see him.
I think if we play this well, we could end this. And we have to end this. We have to stop the killing, we have to stop the destruction of Ukraine's infrastructure. It is a terrible
Yes, of
war.
course you have to. How are you going to
So
do this?
I'm really excited.
Will someone tell me?
Let's make the best out of today and make sure that from today onwards we get this thing to an end as soon as possible. I really want to thank you for your leadership.
Of course,
what you are doing for Volodymyr, but of course also
they're all thanking Trump like crazy.
It is really
Everybody.
crucial. And
At
the
least he
fact
didn't
that
call
you
him daddy this time.
have
So
said I'm willing to participate in the security guarantees is a big step.
Big
it's really
step.
a breakthrough and it
Great
makes all the
success.
difference. So also thank you for that.
Well,
Thank
NATO
you.
also
Thank you for
agreed from
everything,
2%
Trump.
to
Oh my
5%,
God.
which is
Thank you
something
for
that is
existing.
a massive amount of money, and it's 2% that wasn't always paid to 5% that is paid.
Okay.
That's a big difference, and so we appreciate that. That's a great move. Thank you very much. Ursula, maybe on behalf of the Commission, you could say a couple of words.
That's Ursula von der Leyen,
Thank you
the
very
head
much.
of the EU
It's
Commission.
a pleasure to be here. It's a very important moment. Indeed, we are here, Europeans, as friends and allies. We had a fantastic NATO summit. Together as the two largest and biggest economies in the world, we had the largest trade deal ever agreed. And now we are here to work together with you on a just and lasting peace for Ukraine. Stop the killing. This is really
They have to do this, right? They have to give Trump all the
And
credit.
indeed, it's very good to
Because
hear
otherwise he
that
will
working on the
throw a
security
tantrum, as we have
guarantees,
previously learned.
security guarantees, so important. But I want to thank you also that you mentioned the
Thank you.
thousands of Ukrainian
Thank you.
children that have been abducted. And as
I'm
a
running out
mother
of tea,
and
everybody.
grandmother, every single child has to go back to its family.
That's true.
This should be one of our main priorities also in these negotiations, to make sure that the children come back to Ukraine, to their families.
Thank you, and we did. I was just thinking we're here for a different reason, but we just a couple of weeks ago made the largest trade deal in history, so that's a big thing.
She's talking about the
Congratulations.
children being
Thank
kidnapped.
you very much, Ursula.
And he talks about the trade deal.
Germany? A very,
Chancellor
very great
Merz
leader.
from Germany.
Mr. President, Donald, many thanks for having us today.
Thanks.
I think this is extremely
Cheers, everybody.
helpful that we are meeting and hearing that the two of you are having such a good meeting today here in Washington. The next steps ahead are the more complicated ones now. The path is open. You opened it.
You opened it, Mr.
Friday.
Trump.
But now the way is open for complicated negotiations. And to be honest, we all would like to see a ceasefire, the latest from the next meeting on. I can't imagine that the next meeting would take place without a ceasefire. So let's work on that, and let's try to put pressure on Russia, because the credibility of these efforts we are undertaking
The
today
first person who said
are
something about putting
dependent
pressure on
on
Russia.
At least a ceasefire from the beginning of
And
the
a
serious
ceasefire.
negotiations from
Good.
next step on. So I would like to emphasize this aspect and would like to see a ceasefire from the next meeting, which should be a trilateral meeting wherever it takes place.
Well, we're going to let
Nothing
the
about territorial
president go
integrity,
over and
right?
talk to the president, and we'll see how that works out, and if we can do that. I will say, and again I say it, in the 6 wars that I've settled, I haven't had a ceasefire. We just got into negotiations, and one of the wars,
do you
was,
guys
as you
live
know,
with
in
it?
Congo was 31 years long. Another one that we settled last week with 2 great countries was 35 years going on, and we had no ceasefire. So if we can do the ceasefire, great. And if we don't do a ceasefire, because many other points were given to us, many points were given to us, great points.
See, if there is no ceasefire, it's okay. He's basically saying, which is
Well,
the
thank you very
Kremlin
much,
talking point.
Mr. President, for
Okay,
hosting
Giorgia
us
Meloni,
today in
Italy.
this important meeting, and I think it is an important day, a new phase, after 3 years and a half that we didn't see any kind of sign from the Russian side that there was a willing for dialogue. So something is changing, something has changed, thanks to you. Thanks also to the stalling in the battlefield, which was achieved with the bravery of Ukrainians and with the unity that we all provided to Ukraine. And the reason why I mention it is that we also have to remind that if we want to reach peace and if we want to guarantee justice, we have to do it united. So that's why it's a very good day, the one we are in. You can obviously count on Italy as it was from the beginning. We are on the side of Ukraine, and we do absolutely support your efforts towards peace.
I'm sorry, guys. We're live on YouTube, TikTok. If you want to see the people, come to YouTube.
The first one is security guarantees, how to be sure that it won't happen again, which is the precondition of every kind of peace. I'm happy that we will discuss about that. I'm happy that we will begin from a proposal, which is the, let's say, Article 5 model, which was Italian at the beginning. So we are always ready to bring our proposals for peace, for dialogue. It's something we have to build together to guarantee peace and to defend the security of our nation. So thank you, Mr. President, for hosting us.
Cheers, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for organizing this meeting and for
please sue Candace Owens into oblivion.
And everything was said.
On behalf of all of us.
I just have to say here, everybody around this table is in favor of peace. And we work very hard, and we've worked very hard during the past few years to have a peace which is a robust and long-standing peace. This is why the idea of a trilateral meeting is very important, because this is the only way to fix it. And by the way, I think as a follow-up, we would need probably a quadrilateral meeting, because when we speak about security guarantees,
surprisingly,
we speak about the whole security of the European
and
countries.
He hasn't said thank you yet. Will Trump punch him for that?
Ukraine on this matter. In order to organize such a trilateral meeting, your idea to ask for a truce or ceasefire, at least to stop the killings, as we discussed, is a necessity. And we all support this idea. And in order to have such a long-standing peace for Ukraine and for the whole continent, we do need the security guarantees. And the first one is clearly a credible Ukrainian army.
Okay, someone said it. Good. Credible army.
And the second one is our own commitment, all of us. And we worked very hard during the past few months among the coalition of the willing, with the support of NATO, to build the different pillars of security guarantees and our commitments. And you can be sure that the Europeans are very lucid about the fact that they have their fair share in these security guarantees for Ukraine, but their own security is clearly at stake in this situation. So you can count on us, as we can count on you, in order to deliver this robust peace for both Ukraine and Europe. Thank you very much.
Okay, now he said thank you as like a different kind of thank you. Okay, here's
for hosting us
UK.
here.
Here's
Can I start where Emmanuel started, which is we all want peace. The war in Ukraine has had a huge impact, particularly on the Ukrainians who've borne the brunt of it, but it's also had an impact on Europe and on the United Kingdom. There's not a family or community that hasn't been affected. And when we talk about security, we're talking about security not just of Ukraine, we're talking about the security of Europe and the United Kingdom as well, which is why this is such an important issue. I think this is such an important meeting. As a group, I think we've had a discussion on the phone a number of times, Mr. President, but be able now to be around the table to take it forward. And I really feel that we can, I think, with the right approach this afternoon, make real progress, particularly on the security guarantees. And your invitation of security guarantees, of some sort of Article 5 style guarantees, fits with what we've been doing at the Coalition of the Willing, which we started some months ago, bringing countries together and showing that we were prepared to step up
Article 5 style guarantees,
with you coming alongside the US, alongside what we've already developed. I think we could take a really important step forward today, a historic step actually, could come out of this meeting in terms of security for Ukraine and security in Europe. I also feel that we can make real progress towards a just and lasting outcome. Obviously that has to involve Ukraine, And a trilateral meeting seems the sensible next step. So thank you for
J.D. Vance
being
looks.
prepared to take that
Thank you,
forward.
Emma.
Because I
Thank
think
you. He
if we
looks
can
concerned.
ensure that
Look at him.
that
You guys
is,
seeing J.D. Vance?
the progress out of this meeting, both
Does he
security
always look like
guarantees and
this?
some sort of progress on trilateral meeting of some sort to bring some of the difficult issues to a head, then I think today will be seen as a very important day in recent years. In relation to a conflict
Okay,
that's
he's
gone on for
counting,
3 and
right?
a bit years,
Bob says Vance is totally keeping track on who's saying thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And, it's very interesting because this is the first for the White House. You can't say that very often. It's seen a lot over the years, since 1800, 1799, to
There we
be
go.
almost exact.
I went on a rambling again.
But this is the first where we've had so many prime ministers, presidents, the heads of European nations. And by the way, Alex, I'd like you to say a couple of words too. You're a young, powerful man. Before I finish up, I want you to say a couple of words.
Finish up.
I'll take the notion of youth back to my wife and try to convince her. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I think in the past 2 weeks we've probably had more progress in ending this war than we have in the past 3.5 years. And I think the fact that we're around this table today is very much symbolic in the sense that it's
very
Team
surprising
Europe and Team
and good
United
surprising to see
States
Finland
helping
represented
Ukraine.
in all of this.
And the progress that we're looking out of this meeting.
So I would love to see Poland
is about
here, but
the security
unfortunately no
guarantees,
Poland.
which are a big part
Hmm.
of this. And then, of course, moving towards a process with a trilateral meeting with you and President Putin and President Zelensky. Some of the international media might wonder, why is the President of Finland here? I think the reason is probably that we might come from a small country, but we have a long border with Russia, over 800 miles. And we, of course, have our own historical experience with Russia from World War II, the Winter War and the War of Continuation. And if I look at the silver lining of where we stand right now, we found a solution in 1944, and I'm sure that we'll be able to find a solution in 2025 to end Russia's war of aggression and find and get a
We're also live on
lasting,
YouTube. I remind
justice.
everybody.
The situation is very difficult, but that's why we're here.
Thank you, Alex, very much. Good job.
Good job.
So we're going to be meeting for a while, and we're going to discuss some of the issues. And
Okay.
I don't think there's any issue that's overly complex. It's at a point now where people want to do things. I really do believe, I've known him for a long time. I've always had a great relationship with him. I think that President Putin wants to find an answer too.
We know you love him.
We'll see.
Please stop
in,
with
in,
it.
a, in a certain period of time, not very far from now, a week or 2 weeks, we're going to know whether or not we're going to solve this, or is this horrible fighting going to continue. We'll do the best to get it ended. And I believe you have two willing parties, and usually that's good news, but two willing parties that want to make a deal. And we'll journey together, and we'll go over and we'll see if it can be done. And it's possible it might not be able to be done. On the other hand, it's possible it will. It will save thousands and
He's doing this
thousands of
thing
lives
again.
a week.
It's possible, it's not
And
possible.
so it's something we really have to do.
Possible.
And or at least we have to give it our best. It's all you can do. You can give it your best. But I think we may have a very good outcome. So I want to thank you all, and the media, I want to thank you. We're going to be staying here for a little while. Then we're going to walk over to the Oval Office, and we're going to have another little discussion about similar matters. And then they're going to go home to their great countries and report. And I'm going to remain here and work, and you're going to go and work. We're all going to be working. We may be in a different location, but that's what we know how to do is work. But I want to thank the media's been actually very fair, generally speaking, very fair. I think it's important that they're fair because this is a very important subject. We have to get it ended. And so that's all we ask for is fairness with the media. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I guess now we wait, everybody. Now we wait for them to talk. We'll see. I'm not sure if we will be here for the entirety of their talking, but we will try. We will try. We will discuss other things in the meantime, and hopefully we will hear, something productive, something constructive if we do. If it's going to take a million years, then no. obviously. Okay, JD is texting someone. I'm keeping an eye on JD Vance. Okay, everybody. So, how are we feeling about what we have just seen and what we just heard? Any thoughts? Any feelings? Anything? He's going to go golfing. So much power and at the same time so out of it. Okay, a couple important things to point out. So, for now, we are in this really weird stage of these talks. We're in a really weird stage of the process where nothing clearly is agreed on, and it's all just getting started, and everyone is very much aware of it. And by the looks of it, different leaders have different ideas and different priorities, right? In this situation, everything has such a weird vibe, right? Yeah, I cannot shake off the feeling like I'm getting played, right? Am I the only one? Okay. Honestly, also something to keep in mind. I am... привет! You're also here! Aw, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, we're also on YouTube, everybody. Just a reminder, I'm just gonna open the map of air raid alerts so that you can see in real time how Putin's negotiation works, because all of these regions of Ukraine currently having an ongoing air raid alert with drones and missile threats coming our way. So anyway, I just cannot shake off the feeling like I'm getting played. Now, mind you, a lot of the Ukrainians, we have had this feeling for a while, and it's this ongoing state that we're in. Just based on our experience, unfortunately, in dealing with all of this and witnessing these talks for years on end with all of the Minsk deals, and the rest of them. At the same time, I know something feels deeply off about all of this. Okay, you can see that they all have different priorities, right? So, for instance, I think Ursula von der Leyen was the only person to have mentioned the kids being brought back to Ukraine. Clearly, no one else really cares as much as she does about bringing back the kidnapped kids. Then there was also all of this talk about the Article 5 style security guarantees. Article 5, needs no introduction. This is the NATO Article 5 that I think all of you are aware of at this point in time, basically meaning that if one of the members of the alliance is attacked of the NATO alliance, then the rest of the members are also under attack, and they should act accordingly. Everything is based on the assumption that NATO Article 5 would actually work if something were to happen, which in the recent night of everything we have seen, slightly questionable, but okay, sure, let's put it this way. Then again, it's absolutely nothing concrete, because what do you mean Article 5 style? Or what do you mean based on Article 5? Like, what is it gonna entail? So nobody understands, and they will have to agree on this. And this is also something that has proven to be very tricky in the past, because with all of the talks of the coalition of the willing of all of these European countries who were apparently willing to send the troops to Ukraine or considering sending the troops to Ukraine, nothing came out of it, because obviously no one wants to risk so much by sending their troops here and potentially triggering a wider scale conflict and risking, seeing their soldiers getting killed and receiving a bunch of coffins back in their home country. So nothing came out of that. We have a bunch of explosions in Donetsk Oblast, unfortunately, which is, a daily occurrence today, and also in Kherson, everybody. So if you're watching the map. The Prime Minister of Italy mentioned justice, and Trump had a sudden shift. Interesting. This is clearly not a priority for anyone, right? No one is even talking about punishment for the war criminals. No one is even talking about the possible reparations. This is not even being mentioned. So currently, what we're hoping for is, from what I can see, maybe a ceasefire, and then again, Trump chimes in and says, we will see, maybe there will be a ceasefire, maybe there won't be a ceasefire. Alrighty. Thanks for nothing, I guess. Then there's the security guarantees that once again you can see that different countries have a different understanding of what that is going to entail. One important thing to keep in mind, a lot of the leaders, for instance the UK, has pointed out, and France too, they pointed out in the past that in order for them to, for instance, send in the troops to Ukraine as a guarantee, as a security guarantee, would be a ceasefire, right? So the ceasefire is a prerequisite for them to act on their part. And Trump just said that maybe there wouldn't be a ceasefire. So you see, there's so much is at play here. So many things can still go wrong. I know. Exactly, right? Okay, Bob says, yeah, I'm split on how I feel about that. Some felt genuine, some of it felt like a show, especially all the pandering to Trump. Pandering to Trump is so annoying. It's so annoying. To those of you who do not remember, we have also had a wonderful instance prior to that by the NATO chief calling Trump daddy. That was before, that was a couple months ago, which went semi-viral and left everyone just deeply face-palmed, because what do you mean? What do you mean daddy? Why are you talking like MAGA, like Mel Gibson, type individuals? Okay, sure. He's your boss now, I understand, but oh my god, there has to be a limit. Anywho, a lot of yes, Mr. Trump, thank you, but not from everyone. I think Starmer and Macron were, and also Meloni, surprisingly, they were better on this one, so that's good. I guess. Thank you, Em. Hello everybody. Taking attendance. Trump is just laughing. I don't know. It's hard to say. Is he whether he's laughing or not? He was just kind of in his own world, probably thinking about golfing. No, they have to do. I understand they have to do what they have to do, right? They're politicians after all. So let's not, let's not put our hopes too high, because there are politicians, and we know how we feel like about all politicians. Let's see. Herojem slava, Done. Trump sends patriots to Moscow. Remember at the very beginning, after he was elected for the second. Oh, thank you, Adam. That's Chewy in the building. Thank you so much. Right after the election, everyone's like, well, hopefully he will not be sending weapons to the Russians. I would say it was kind of like joking, but at the same time, everyone's like, what's gonna happen now? Well, he did tell us that patriots have 99 to 100% accuracy, which, to be fair, those are very good systems, and they have proven themselves really effective in the places in Ukraine where they have been operating. The problem with them, as you can see, those of you who are on YouTube now, based on our air raid alert map, is that you cannot put them everywhere. You cannot use them on the front lines, for instance, and also you cannot use them against all types of munition. You cannot use them against the drones that much, for instance, because that would be financial suicide. The rockets to them are too pricey to use against hundreds of Shaheds that the Russians are sending our way. By the way, what is happening? What are they sending our way right now? Let me see. Let's go. Do we have any notifications from... Okay, Kharkiv was just saying that there is an air raid alert. What is happening in Kherson? Let me just see if we have... Okay, yeah, there are explosions in the city of Kherson itself. Whether those are drones or missiles, everything is covered in Trump and Zelensky and the suit and the leader, so I cannot find what type of weapons were launched towards Kherson. I would, if I had to guess, I would say those are probably the drones, but also recently the aerial guided bombs have been used much more actively in Kherson city, so okay, anyway, let's see. Strategic ambiguity, like what is used to keep Taiwan from mainland invasion. Oh, don't even get me started on that. Don't even get me started on what is used to keep Taiwan from mainland invasion, because I'm not sure. Whatever the strategy is, I do not know for how long it's gonna last. With the Chinese ships just everywhere in the vicinity of the island, just training openly, out in the open, preparing, showing everyone what they're gonna do. We'll see about that. War crimes and notoriously hard to actually get convictions for, right? But we would like to, at least for the people to keep up the pretenses of like caring, that person is a war criminal. Don't be like that. I understand that's too much to ask. I understand that's too much. You can just apparently do whatever you want. and totally get away with it, but no. In my book, that will be something that I forever frown upon. Sue me. Why are they all wearing blue ties? We need to get Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend on the case. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. Bailey's. Thank you. Also, Ursula is matching with Donald. Donald's tie and her little jacket number. I don't know if it was planned. Georgia looks all casual and stylish. So, but yeah, but I think, what is this? Is this gray? Is this blue? Zelensky is like, It's just... but no, it does feel better. One good thing is that it feels significantly better compared to what we have seen before. So, yeah. Also, what did you guys think about that little teaser of Trump saying, oh my god, it's Putin. The little teaser of Trump saying that in 1 or 2 weeks, we will find out whether or not we're going to stop the war. Eesh. That did not... Like, what is this? I understand what's the feeling here, what's the sentiment here, but it sounds like a Hollywood teaser. It sounds like a trailer that you're seeing before the movie starts. Blue equals freedom. Oh, okay, maybe. I don't know. What does red mean? And continue doing. Not only have they done a lot of horrifying things, they continue doing them. Oh, you guys, I know. Thank you. Oh, hi. Hello, Jay Shaz. How are you? Hello. Have a lot of regulars here today. Good to see you guys. Sorry if I haven't said hi to some of you. I'm trying my best to keep up with the madness, and thank you, Maddie. Thank you. Thank you so much. A little millennial heart to you. I do a lot of these, which are like cool and trendy, but I can also do these if you prefer them. JD Vance with a direct line to the devil. Oh boy, will there be a press conference by them later? So the one with Zelensky and him, I think we've already seen. I think this is all we get. There's supposed to be something else afterwards, I imagine, with all the leaders, based on what Trump told us. So we'll see. We will be here for some time, trying to figure things out, trying to see if it's going to take a million years like it did with him and Putin. Then no, we're not going to obviously wait for them. But yeah, we will have to see, everybody. Okay, all the news are covered in that's the only thing everyone is talking about. A little more from their little photo shoot, but we've already seen that. Macron is so tanned. Was he in the south of France somewhere? Okay. He will need all the energy to sue Candace Owens. Also, apparently there was a gigantic map of Ukraine in the Oval Office before the beginning. So, and apparently BBC suggests that this could be an argument to pressure Zelensky into the giving up of the territories, right? So this is something they could also do. This is something they could do. They could try and potentially pressure him, or I don't know, do whatever into withdrawing from Donbas, right? So we will have to see about that. I've already told you why I believe this is suicidal. At the same time, will this be the first time something like this happened? No, not really. You know, we have had, unfortunately, similar instances in 2015. So, good evening, Kate. How are you doing? Okay, let me try and keep up, everybody. Right. He must be melting with all the attention and flattery. He's melting, I think, constantly, perpetually, and for other reasons as well that are not just flattery related. He always looks like he's melting. The hot Cheeto ice cream in the scorching sun. I don't know. As Estonians, still worried about you guys. Thank you. And honestly, we have been worried about you guys as well recently with everything happening, which I know shouldn't be the case at all. But yeah, just based on, you know, on the look, on how everything looks, yeah, it does look pretty concerning for all of us collectively. All right. Another important thing that's going to happen very soon, and that we will have to look at greater detail, is the meeting between, so the negotiations between, the conversation between Russia and China, which is just as important, if not more important than anything, because a lot of the outcome is going to depend on that. It's going to depend on what Xi is going to tell Putin. With growing Russian dependency on China, and with China clearly benefiting from the war continuing, we'll see. We'll see what's gonna happen surrounding that. Okay, let's go back to... Wait, this is a little recap of what's happening. Yeah, we've already discussed all of that. Let's go back to the map. The air raid alerts are intensifying. Just another night in Ukraine, everybody. I know. Adam says, listening to Trump got me like, gee, Brian, I don't know. Same. It's literally every single time he says something. Gee, Brian, I don't know. And not only them, honestly. We have a lot of Brians today in the chat, honestly. What does Putin have on Trump? That's a good question. We'll also, I don't think this is something we will ever learn. Or if there's anything actually at all. Maybe there's nothing. Maybe we're just getting played. China is just looking to have Russia as a vassal state mostly, right? So the energy, they really like that. They also have territorial ambitions when it comes to the Russian Far East. And also they like the little distraction that Putin has provided with the mass killing of us, because this keeps the West preoccupied. So this could also be something that could potentially work out in their favor. We'll see. Oh, please don't. No. We have so many good people, so many good Americans constantly telling us that they feel ashamed, you know, and you guys, come on. No. We don't do that. Yes, it's me. Hi. Hello. It's me, Carly. Good to see you. No shame, fighting, right? Fighting, resisting, protesting, you know, all of the good stuff. This is what we do. We do not let them shame us into submission, all right? Okay? Fight, as his own perfume says for some reason. Why? I'm still not over the fact that he has merch. It's just, how is this? Okay, so yeah, they are meeting privately. We are aware of that. Let's see what else is happening. One Piece is happening in my feed. At least something good. At least one piece is happening. Okay, this is something we have seen. Trump does not rule out sending US forces. Okay, this is one of the reasons I'm going to discuss this. I'm going to discuss all of these X.com and, you know, the social media disinformation. I don't even know what to call them. They're not reporters. I don't know what that is. So this particular one, the Newswire, which, by the way, how many subscribers does it has? 100,000 followers, right? Trump does not rule out sending US forces to Ukraine, right? And of course there is the conundrum, and it's just so blatantly, and it's not even the fact that it's taken out of context, it's just the fact that it's Trump, that he keeps saying a million things per second. And if we react, and if we sensationalize every single thing he says, you just get overwhelmed. And by the way, this is part of I think the strategy here. You just overwhelm the general population into the permanent state of confusion, and then eventually they get tired and they stop paying attention because there's just a barrage of nonsense every single second, every day, every hour, every minute. This is just he basically was like, blah, blah. It wasn't a statement. It wasn't like, okay, American troops in Ukraine tomorrow. And this is what they make it look like by taking it out of context. And they totally get away with it because they're not really stating it out loud, right? It's like, he is not ruling that out. He's not ruling out many things. He's in the perpetual state of not ruling things out. So what? Okay. Meghan McCain is on my feed, surprisingly. And with a... Okay, and even with a good enough statement. Oh, that's interesting. So many of you are really showing your ass being more outraged about Zelensky's outfits than Putin trying to exterminate the entire country of Ukraine, including women and children. Thank you. That's surprising. Honestly. That's really nice, I guess. This is obvious. She's stating the obvious, but alright, I'll take that. Okay, it continues. We're just gonna wait. I'm gonna talk about other things while we're waiting. I had some other things prepared that are not only explosions and atrocities. But yeah, the main topic of conversation, everybody, is what's happening with these talks, because everyone's really excited to hear at least something concrete, something solid, something that is worthy of our attention. I know, you guys. I know. Right, exactly. Roshkin says, you don't need to feel ashamed, you need to vote. Exactly. Right, your legislator protesting, etc. 100%. This is what you do. And you do not submit in advance, so ideally. Oh my god, we're at 120,000 likes. Everybody, this hasn't happened in a very long time. Thank you everybody so much. I appreciate it. It apparently boosts the live, so yeah, thank you. There was a map. Did Trump write on it with a Sharpie? Oh my god, did he? Would we be surprised if he did? Roxy Sue, thank you. Hello. There's a little kitten. Thank you. I appreciate it. Zelensky Krasi. Thank you. You can trust me. Can we though? Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Angela. You're too kind. Maddie hyping up everyone who's tapping. You guys are wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Wait, did we have someone mad at me for something I probably didn't do? Anyone half competent? Oh, competent. I have never seen this word be... Okay, no wait, I'm just sorry. This is just for me, for my own personal use. Alright. Okay, anyway. Whatever you say. Are we having people infighting once again? This is what's happening. Yeah, it's this is how things are in this chat occasionally. As we all know. Anyway, let's go back and see what's happening here. Now, they're still meeting privately. And we still have more footage. Okay, so that's the family photo that they have mentioned before. So this is what White House announced as the family photo, everybody. The one with them and all the ties. And did we get family vibes from that? Family Guy vibes, maybe. But family? Modern Family. No, not really. Those people, I think, liked each other better than I'm not sure. Is this giving family? Let's see. What kind of family are you having, the White House? I'm horrified to imagine. Yeah, this is them posing. It's that picture that they meant. The family. Oh, Trump hugged Macron. Macron did not look happy about this. Wait, can we see this again? Again, please. What did just happen? Yeah, it was like a little, what is this? And Macron was like... Okay, cool. Trump says Putin could release 1,000 prisoners. A prisoner exchange was a very important part of the conversation. And whenever there is any sort of... So, remember how before everything involving all of these people started, we have had the rounds of talks in Istanbul with Russia, so directly Ukraine delegation, Russian delegation. The prisoner swap is always a very important point of those conversations, and every single conversation would always result in yet another prisoner exchange, which was the best thing about all of it. The rest of it was just a whole lot of nothing, as it always happens, unfortunately, but we would get some people back from the Russian captivity, which is always great, because if you know anything about the conditions that they're being kept in, it's just absolutely not a horror. Among the people who have been released, there are people who have been in the captivity for years, and recently we have finally exchanged the guy who has been in the Russian captivity since, I believe, 2016. So just because he was living in the parts of the occupied Donbas, and he tried to travel to the part of that was under Ukrainian control, he got detained, and he basically refused to, I guess, pledge allegiance to the DNR, the Russian proxy republic in the eastern Ukraine, and after that they sent him into prison and accused him of being a spy, all this stuff. By the way, those of you who were here during the previous stream, you could compare, right? You could tell the difference between the treatment. And we were talking about crossing the border into Crimea, for instance, right? And how it was, pretty easy. And yeah, there were some issues, but stories like this, very, very rare. And yeah, in Donbass, unfortunately, the situation has always been, just from the very beginning, it was just the horror. It was basically the preview of the horror they have unleashed on the rest of our territories later on. Oh, Christ. Anyway, it's good to hear. Trump says Putin could release 1,000 prisoners, right? I hope there is some sort of guarantee, though. I hope there is some sort of guarantee. Wait, when did he say this? We were watching it from the very beginning. Okay, apparently he said it at the very beginning. Did we miss the very beginning then? I know there is over 1,000 prisoners, he said, and I know they're going to release them. Maybe they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, which I think is great. Okay, thank you, Too Fast for You. Thank you so much. I'm a K-pop idol, once again. At least this is what these glasses always... For some reason I think immediately of something like this, like I'm Jimin or something. Anyway, so... That is good. That is good news. So if he says they're going to release them very soon, like immediately, that this could happen up to his phone call with Putin, technically, right? Because remember, he told us before, well, not us, all of the European leaders who gathered around the table with him, he said that after the meeting with them, he's going to be talking to Putin immediately. So I guess if Putin likes what he heard, he will release 1,000 of our prisoners, which is how absolutely cannibalistic, if you really think about it, right? Just toying with people's lives like this. The fact that we have gotten so desensitized to this nonsense, we're not even surprised anymore. It's just, yeah, of course, sure. If he likes it, he's going to release 1,000 people. If he doesn't like it, he's just going to keep them in the inhumane conditions somewhere in Taganrog. Yeah, cool. Okay. Let's just keep rolling with it. Oh my god, you guys, I've missed this. Right, exactly, the Addams family. But you see, the Addams family, though, in vibes 100%, but the Addams family, they loved each other, right? They had a good relationship, despite the fact that they were, like, doing all these, like Wednesday trying to guillotine Pugsley, and they still loved each other. That was like the whole point of the original show, right? That they were like a juxtaposition to all of these other sitcom couples who clearly hated each other, who were like normal looking and everything, but the husband hated the wife hated the husband. This one, I don't know, maybe. The vibe was slightly off, but again, not as bad as it could have been. Remember, right? It could have been significantly worse. We now have explosions rocking Sumy, Sumska Oblast of Ukraine. You can see based on the map that we're currently looking at. Oh, Jesus. This is why ceasefires are important. Everybody. Did we have any updates on that? Yeah, so today Sumy were attacked with a missile and the drones. And the night shelling was apparently pretty devastating. And a village in Sumska Oblast was attacked by the Shahed drones. And there was an exhibition opened in the coffee shop in Sumy, which is, I like reading the updates from the frontline region so much because the length the people are going to keep the semblance of normalcy admirable. So you have all of these news of all of these drones and missiles attacking the city of Sumy, and then immediately after that there is an exhibition in which you can look at art and drink coffee. How about that? So yeah, that's on their resilience, I guess. But yeah, this is the results. What we're currently looking at is the results of one of the drone strikes in Sumy. That was loud. Apologies, everybody. You can just see some windows shattered. Apparently, it's in the vicinity of one of the shopping malls in the city. So yeah, just the consequences of the shelling. Same old, I'm afraid, everybody. Right, looks nice but is awful, and looks awful but is nice. Somehow we get both, huh? Interestingly. Oh, and Too Fast for You is also back at it again. Thank you, dear. Thank you. Zelensky will be on Fox News. Oh my god, you keep going. Thank you. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. On Fox News. No, we're not gonna do that. Yes, I do have an Instagram. All of my socials are linked in bio, I think, in the link tree. Well, at least there's definitely X, I think, and Instagram. Why do I still have X? I don't know. I'm addicted, I guess, at this point. But yay! Thank you! Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate you guys. The pictures and the stories of the released prisoners have been horror. Yeah, it's just the never-ending horror every single time. Just starved and tortured, and every single thing you learn is just worse than the previous one. Thank you, Cinderella. Thank you so much. Why did Zelensky give up? What do you mean? Give up? Did you want him to do something to Trump and JD Vance? Okay, sorry, we jumped a bit. I absolutely okay. I know a lot of people are confused when they hear me speak of Zelensky on whether I like him or not. Everything that has to do currently with foreign policy, with the rhetoric used against the aggressor, with the way he carries himself on an international stage, and it's been this way from the get-go, I like it very much. I obviously still have some critiques. Like I've already told you guys, I would rather he used an interpreter when he held meetings at such high level, when his English is still not good enough, stuff like this. But ultimately, in all of that, which is, by the way, this is something that our president should be, this like his main job, all of this stuff, I think he's good, and I think he's been doing a good job. All of my main criticisms come from domestic stuff. And this is where I have a lot of things I don't like, and many of us do. And this is where we all start. That's basically the gist of it. So, but then again, if it wasn't him, if we had another, it's not just a him thing, right? This is just the attitude that I have, and I believe it's just a healthy attitude towards politicians in general. You should always be critical of them. They are working for you, right? You should treat them as an employee, which I know. Oh my god, the audacity of this pleb. Wait, Macron insists on something. What do you want, Mr. Macron? Okay. Oh, okay, so he wants the meeting to be not the trilateral. He wants the EU to have a seat at the table too, right? Okay, well, we've heard that. I don't think this is going to happen. You might have noticed that among the things that Kremlin is trying to do repeatedly, is to humiliate the Europeans every step of the way. And Trump and specifically JD Vance's rhetoric towards the Europeans was something that it was just honey to their eyes and ears and everything, and it was just such a gift to the Kremlin. So no, I don't think they're gonna agree on that. And there's also a special kind of bitterness that the Kremlin feels towards specifically certain European countries who they believe betrayed them. Okay, sure, yeah. Sure, if you say so. Because they believe, right, that the Europeans are going to fold. This was the very common belief in Russia, in the Kremlin at least, that they were like, oh my god, no. Which, if we're being fair, some of the players were kind of close to doing, but then they stepped up, and that was wonderful to see, because Europe is incredible, and we love it very much. Okay, let's go back to our live update situation. Do we have anything happening? No, not yet. Still waiting. Okay, we're just gonna continue waiting for the results of the meeting between Trump and the European leaders and Zelensky. Hopefully there's gonna be something productive. Fingers crossed. Okay, the organization. Oh, Leanne, thank you so much for reminding me. I completely forgot. So, the organization, the World Aid Runners, that claims that they worked in Kherson, I found it sus. I looked at their socials. I looked at their website. I looked at the info that they've been posting. I find it extremely suspicious. I haven't found any mentions among the Ukrainians. Super sus to begin with. Whenever it's a productive foreign organization working in Ukraine, you have some response from Ukrainians, usually. You have some praise, you have some, commentary, you have people sharing their experiences, you have people criticizing, something, anything. Nothing, like it didn't exist, which was weird. I didn't see any reports on their pages, and this is the first thing you should always look at, right? When it's the volunteer organization and when there is fundraising involved, you have to look at the reports. Are they providing any receipts? No receipts in sight. All the ways in which you can donate to them, but no receipts in sight. Sus, right? Red flag number 2. And I also saw there was like other issues, people complaining that they didn't communicate with them, and right. So very sus. I do not think you could trust someone like this, unfortunately. So yeah, my research. Yeah, these are the results of my homework. Unfortunately, we have had, you guys, so many people like this. So many people arriving to Ukraine after 2022. No, Maddie is yelling, no, not Fox Entertainment, Zelensky, stop. So many people arriving to Ukraine after 2022 and pretending to fight, pretending to, do something good, pretending to be volunteers, starting all of these organizations. And there were multiple cases of pretty big grifting involved, especially with people pretending to fight and raising just tons of money back in 2022. So yeah, unfortunately, a lot of that. Apparently it happens all the time. I didn't know. Because I don't think I've ever seen that many organizations and such, movement before anywhere. So yeah, but what do you know? A lot of parasites. So be careful, okay? Stay vigilant. Thank you for trusting my opinion. Now, it's just honestly something that I believe you can also, just some tips, right? When you're trying to use your own discernment, which I'm sure all of you do, something you could always look for is the receipts. This is the number one tell sign. There's going to be some problem. There's always they're either nowhere to be found, or they're not full, or there's stuff like, this is my drinks, and this is my, my sweet and my expensive pens. I really need those pens, you guys. I need the Chanel pens in Zaporizhzhia Oblast of Ukraine. Stuff like this. But also don't be ashamed of something. Don't be ashamed of falling for stuff like this. I fell for stuff like this several times. A couple of times I was very close to falling for stuff like this, and then one time I fell for someone. I am Ukrainian, right? So you would think, and so many Ukrainians also. Of course, unfortunately, we have the saying like "Loch ne mamont ne vimre." Basically, it's like a fool is not a woolly mammoth; he will not die out. Which is something that we're using to be critical towards ourselves whenever we fall for another liar, which keeps happening. Some cases are crazier than the others, and it depends, unfortunately. All right, let's go back. Do we have any updates? Let's wait. Let's wait and see. No, for now, nothing. They're still talking. Okay. I say let them talk. Let them do their job. Hopefully they will agree on something productive and not too bad. Not too horrible. But then, of course, we will have to run this by Putin, everybody. Because that's the world we live in, I guess. Okay, it's a lot of One Piece. Okay. Let me see what you guys are saying. I've just seen the caption, World War III psychological support. This is what we are. This is our not so professional, not so official, but very, very legit and hopefully functioning World War III psychological support group ran by me. So welcome. This is what we do. We try to process the reality together and the awfulness of everything. The organization that Leanne was asking me about was called World Aid Runners. It's I mean, they, by the looks of it, they're relatively small, and they had like a Facebook and an Instagram and a website, and also they seemed pretty inactive last time I checked. But yeah, just a heads up. So, but also you guys, always, if you have any doubts, you can always just look for receipts, you know. Thank you. The rose. I love roses. All right, let me see what you guys are saying. With Laska, Ukrainian. That's World Aid scammers. Honestly, again, by the looks of it, not even the worst case. They actually had some pictures from like a couple years ago. They were like giving out aid, so I understand why people would. But maybe they did some good, which is honestly one of the worst things some of these people were doing, like in my at least experience of looking at them. And a lot of them would start out as like normal people, normal organizations, and they would actually be out there, they would be fundraising, and they would even post the receipt. This is how you end up falling for them, by the way, because it's not like you're just stupid, right? They start out okay. They're doing something. There is this, semblance of useful activity, and then something happens, and you do not know whether or not something snapped, something shifted. Maybe the leadership changed, or was this the plan all along? Who knows? Nobody knows. So yeah. Oh, they're also on TikTok. Yeah, and TikTok too, right? Okay. Well. Anyway. This is just by the looks of it. So if they are capable of providing receipts and in reality everything is great, wonderful. More power to them. But I would be very sus, especially when we have all of these organizations, that are pretty legit and not pretty legit, like super legit, and that have been working here forever and doing good things. And what does it take for Trump to wake up? I don't know. I'm afraid he is awake, and this is the best that we're gonna get. I'm afraid, yeah. Maybe something good will come out of it. Am I being delusional? Yes. The answer is yes. I am being delusional. Can you blame me? It's my coping mechanism. It is my coping. Word of the day, discernment. Word of my life, hopefully. Okay. Let's see. Right? Yeah, fool is not a woolly mammoth. Yeah, it's such a funny phrase. And yeah, it applies perfectly, unfortunately, to so many situations, because so many people just, out of goodness of their heart, obviously, they just want to help out, and they want, so many instances like this. Many such cases, as Trump would have said. Anyway, everybody, we're still waiting. We're just chatting in the meantime. Haven't talked much about the horrible things. So yeah, trying to keep things light. Hopefully, I don't know. Hopefully these people will not ruin the mood with everything they might end up deciding on. Who knows? Oh, thank you. Oh, that's very sweet of you. No, come on. Don't say that about yourself. This is the type of language that is prohibited in this chat. No, we do not practice self-hatred. Thank you, though. The secret. What is my secret? Mostly filters, honestly. If you come to YouTube, you will see me without the filters. I look significantly worse. But no, I did lose some weight, so that was good. That was good for me. And that was achieved mainly by walking a lot. And yeah, and also my hair started growing, which you cannot see now because it's in the thing, but that was also nice of my hair to do. No, sorry, I don't have his phone number. I don't have Zelensky's phone number because otherwise he would not hear the end of me. Every stupid thing they do, I would be like, what are you doing? Stop that immediately. Money and power can change you. Yeah, I know. Always do. Always do. Always do. That's crazy. It was just so insane seeing this happen in real time. Like the instance, one of the cases that really hurt the volunteer movement here inside the country was one of the like actual legit paramedics who was on the front line, undoubtedly, who was a part of the battalion, like the volunteer battalion, who was doing all of these fundraisers, who has helped raise so much money for all of these different causes, and then one day something snaps, and she starts just scamming. And this was crazy. And then later we find out that apparently she, at some point in time, developed a drug addiction, and I know, it's just crazy. Which completely and utterly unsurprising if you take into account everything that the person has been through, right? As an active paramedic on the front lines, evacuating people and everything. But still, it was such a shock to everyone, and it was such a big wake-up call. In retrospect, when you go back, you could tell that there were signs, that there were some erratic behaviors all of a sudden, that there were weird posts, the weird tweets, the weird whatever, like weird videos of someone looking, but you just don't really go there immediately. You don't go to this assumption. You don't jump to conclusions immediately. You just think, okay, well, maybe they were having a bad day, right? No, they were not. They were not, in fact, having a bad day. And that person just continued doing fundraisers, like nothing ever happened, like everything was fine, and people continued donating to her. And then one day, it was all revealed, and we realized, like, oh my god. Thankfully, I stopped donating to that particular person a while ago, and but still, it was just very painful seeing this in real time, and it really affects the situation here, because the majority of the donations for all of these causes, they're coming from inside of Ukraine, right? Ukrainians donate a lot of money for our military, they donate a lot of money for our volunteers, all of the like relief organizations, aid organizations, and yeah, that really hurt the trust that people had. So that absolutely sucked. It's one of the instances that I can... Oh my god. Reuters decided to do the most incredible update of all times. How many times did Zelensky say thank you in the Oval Office? We've already done that. Thank you, Cedar Tree. That's very sweet of you. Okay, we're still waiting, everybody. Still waiting, just talking. Oh god. Wait, who are we talking about? I think I've missed some comments. Apologies, everyone. But yeah, you know how it happens sometimes. Let me see what I missed. Yes, let's all cook borscht, everybody. Let's watch my borscht video, and then we can cook the borscht together. Had some really positive reviews. My big beautiful borscht that everybody loved. Yes, thank you, Loris. That's exactly it. I am immortal. I'm a vampire. Bella. Thank you, Ken. Hi. Skin of a killer. This is why you never see me in the sun. Have you ever wondered why is she never in the sun? That woman, that suspicious woman. Thank you. She is never in the sun. She is never posting anything. Get ready with me, in the daylight. She's always sitting in the darkness. Talking about all these politicians. What's her secret? Aha, she is a Cullen. How many thank yous are needed to appease a narcissist? As many as one can muster. Honestly, everybody. Let's look at the situation at the front line, especially the poor Pokrovsk direction. So last time we checked, this is what it looked like. So as you can see, right? Oh, okay. I think we discussed the bunny though. It just hit me. We discussed this good update that the situation was more or less stabilized, at least according to the reports from our general staff. So this breakthrough hopefully is under control. But yeah, the rest of it unfortunately continues, as you can see. Let's look at this part as well. Yeah, it's just it looks like a tiny little thing on the map, but yeah, in reality, of course, it's actual people's lives, actual land, and unfortunately more horrible things happening, because recently we haven't had like videos of the deliberate killings of civilians in some time. Recently there was one. And it's just every single time it's just the heartbreaking thing whenever you see this. Just the very fact that it keeps happening. Yeah. And it's just the way that it's done so casual. And again, you know about this, right? You know about this. You know that this is how they do it. That it's just something that they do. That there is absolutely, that they do not see anything bad in it. In the Russian army, they just kill whoever they want to kill, and they do not differentiate between civilians and military or whatever. But still, whenever you see the video confirmation, it's just next level painful, everyone. Oh, hi Dave, thank you so much. Tim is saying, I've grown beetroot this year. Lovely. We couldn't grow any. The slugs have gotten to our beetroot, unfortunately. So yeah, Trump wants to call Putin right now while EU leaders are in the office. Are you kidding me? Is this for real? No way. No, please tell me you're kidding. This cannot be the case. By the way, let's see. What are the Russian propagandists saying? A very important point of view. By the way, so this is something we haven't discussed. How are they covering this? Yeah, they're pointing out mockingly that the European leaders have been guiding Zelensky in accordance, like with basically giving them the instructions on how to act with Trump, which is something that we have discussed. This was the German tabloid was reporting on this, but Russians loved it. Yeah, okay, thank you, RIA Novosti, so much. Okay. For now, this is all pretty decent for them. Pretty decent, pretty mild. No, well, to be honest, it is RIA Novosti. Their propaganda is much more subtle. They're not the ones who are just yell nonsense at you, It's a pretty big agency. So, it's usually done, like, sneakier. Okay, no, everyone's discussing the same thing for now. Alright. Everyone is really excited about the fact that Zelensky received guidance from the European leaders. And this is the image the White House has published, by the way, of Zelensky and Trump, which is, again, such a huge contrast with their previous meeting, everyone. But I guess by this point in time, we have already noticed that the atmosphere, the vibe has shifted. The vibe has shifted, which is... Can we read this as a good sign? Hopefully. Hopefully we can. Hopefully we can, but who knows? Has Ukraine had to give up any territory built? They haven't agreed on anything yet. They have not agreed on anything. It's just all being discussed, and after they discuss and come up with something, they will have to talk to Putin, and then hopefully they will agree on some sort of meeting, which is no one even knows if there's going to be a meeting, because Putin might say no, and so yeah, they haven't. So it was all just speculations, and we should give up this, we should give up that, we should all go die, I guess, in the corner. The biggest problem. The biggest problem with all of this is, once again, what kind of security guarantees will we receive, even if we do, which would be a horrible precedent. We already talked about how this is going to be a horrible precedent for the international law, how this is going to be a major issue. But even if we do agree on this, so what's next, right? What are the guarantees that we're receiving that if we take this major step, that, you know, we will not see the same situation in a couple of years? And no, for now, no one has given us an answer to that. There we go. This is TASS, which is not as classy of a Russian propagandist as RIA Novosti, and they are saying that Zelensky is ready to disturb the peace talks by the terrorist attacks. So recently, the Russian side has been taking on this interesting approach, and by interesting I mean crazy, but like different level of crazy. They are now saying that their strikes on our territory are our terrorist attacks. So we are bombing ourselves, right? And this is what we do because we are crazy, and this is just how we roll, I guess. So yeah, that's just... They have been using this justification already several times because, mind you, right, while all of this is happening, the conversations between these leaders are happening, this is what Ukraine looks like. This is what the sky over Ukraine looks like. Those of you who are on YouTube, you're seeing. The eastern regions are all red. There is the ongoing air raid sirens and going air raid alerts. Explosions in Kharkiv, explosions in Donetsk. Before that, explosions in Kherson, explosions in Sumy. Continuous attacks. What are those, Mr. Putin? It's Zelensky bombing himself because he is crazy, right? That's the Russian propaganda answer to everything. So, I know. Before you say anything, I am aware of the levels of madness. Yeah. I grew up being told don't negotiate with terrorists. Isn't that what an unprovoked invasion? Right. No one cares by this point, right? We're shifting in this new era of completely different understanding of everything. It's just, it's the type of, like, forget everything you've been taught before type of situation. So, yeah, it's just, it depends on how fast will we end up in it. Like, is it going to be immediately? Are we already there fully? I don't think that we're there fully, but we're rapidly moving towards it, and it's just gonna look completely different very soon. TASS is total fake. Of course it's fake news, right? That's why I'm saying it's Russian propaganda. So yeah, we'll see, everybody. Okay, let me see. Okay, we have a statement from Russia. Russia hopes to achieve peace in Ukraine, says Russian deputy in the UN. The deputy UN ambassador says, Okay, honey, sure, if you say so. Russia's deputy UN ambassador Dmitry Polyansky said on Monday. Okay, nobody cares what you said on Monday, honestly. Honest to God. Then just withdraw the troops. Just withdraw the troops and let's call it a day. No, you don't want to do that? Huh. Gee, I wonder why. Let's see. Let's see. Apparently Sky News are reporting on something that... Okay, let's essential only. What are they reporting on? No, it's the same thing, everybody. I'm not seeing. Or maybe it's just so much. Everyone wants to cover every single little detail about the situation, which is understandable. Okay. We already have analysis. Wow. That's fast. Why Putin's demands make it difficult for Zelensky to agree. Putin's demands are not making it difficult for Zelensky only. They're making it difficult for all of us. And for the collapsing world order. Jesus, take the wheel. This is the picture that we have seen. Some of you guys in the chat were saying that Sky News reports on something incredible. But yeah, I don't see the... it's all the same thing that we've already discussed. Okay. Also, please, always, let's be careful, especially when it's some sort of unconfirmed sources, when it's the sources that we've just discussed, a lot of these blogs who are constantly reporting on things. Just, be careful with this stuff. They like to lie a lot. Zelensky, as Trump goes on a rant about the border and mail-in ballots. This is when the broadcast wasn't showing him to us because we had to listen to Trump ranting about the mail-in ballots, right? Remember that? This is what Zelensky looked like while this was happening, which is very relatable. Hi, Annette. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're currently waiting for Trump and the EU leaders to come up with something so that we would know their baseline for, whatever happens next. What information will they bring to Putin? And will there be a trilateral meeting with Trump and Zelensky and Putin? Wow. Yeah, that's going to be incredible if that happens. Hello. Long time no see. But we are live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, everybody. So if you want to catch me live, this is when you can do it. And we're also live on YouTube, so you can go and follow me on YouTube. Especially if you haven't yet. What? This makes no sense. Especially if you are from... especially if you are from the United States, because a lot of you have pointed out that there is a possibility of the TikTok ban rolling out for the US users, right? March 2026. So I would recommend following all the people that you would like to stay in touch with on other platforms too, because God knows what's going to happen. Maybe they'll just stop showing us to the, the rest of you. Or maybe the entire app will go dark in the US. So yeah, you can follow me on YouTube. It's linked in the bio. I think that's the best option. This is where you can also find my streams. I also have other apps and sites, and, it's in the link tree. Check out my link tree. You will find a lot of things if you are lucky. So, I cannot with Zelensky's face. Jesus. Yeah, that's me every morning when I wake up. Like, oh my god, not this again. Right. Yeah, no, don't say that. I'm sure, hopefully it should be fine. But yeah, Trump doesn't like the mail-in voting, huh? Are we surprised? Not really. I don't think we are. Right, that's another one that I should get my grabby hands on the Substack. I started a Substack account, had all of these ideas, as always, and then I was like, got overwhelmed and didn't write anything, but I will. And when I will post it somewhere and let you guys know. So, yeah. Oops. Whoopsie daisy. Let's see. Sorry, for some reason I'm not seeing some of the messages by the looks of it. Okay, or did they disappear? I don't know. Right, isolationism. In the big 2025. Exactly, right? Why would you be a fan of something that is not doing you any favors? 100%. You're seeing through him. Oh my god. Sky News is really big on all of these analysis, You guys told me to open Sky News, I did. And all they do is analyze things. And politically impossible for Zelensky to hand all of Donbas to Putin. And it would change military geography. Okay, yeah. It's the Shoshank Joshi. He's the defense editor of The Economist. And he also has me blocked on Twitter. Fun fact, everybody. Okay, because of that, we're not reading your analysis. Because you blocked me on Twitter. I can't with these people, honestly. Okay, we're just gonna go back and we're gonna wait for a little more. I think we're gonna wait for about 30. Okay, we're gonna wait till midnight, like we did with Putin and the Alaska make-out session. And if nothing happens before then I will be calling it an evening. Okay, everybody. And if you have any questions in the meantime, anything you would like to hear me discuss or whatever, just please let me know, because the majority of the news today have all been about this meeting, everything related to this meeting and everything relates to these talks. So, yeah. I will be there. Deborah. I had so many different ideas. So you see, that's my problem. I get all these ideas and like, oh, I need to do that. I need to make a video. I need to write something about this. And then there's it's just too much and I can't, but I have to, and I will. I just need time. I need time. Because yeah, I have to be careful with all of the different projects, otherwise I might just burn out and disappear once again. And no, we don't do that anymore. We try not to hide from life again. Laura says, I grew in a town full of far-right people. I do know people like Trump. It's right. I think we all know these types. I mean, I cannot say that I grew in town, full of far-right people, but I do know a lot of Putin fans, and I have a lot of Putin fans in my family. So yeah, I think the mentality behind it is, it's something that is familiar to all of us, and so often it's just fear. It's fear and insecurity. Fear and insecurity, insecurity and fear, and it's just the breeding ground for this bigotry, and yeah, and the rest of it. Putin playing the violin, but Trump was the violin. Plot twist. I give you a challenge. Try getting blocked by Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh my God, by Marge. Can I do that? Shall I? I don't think she blocks anyone though. I think that's part of her strategy, because she needs her message to be spread as far and wide as possible. So these people need interactions, right? They need as much interaction as they can gain. That's why they almost never block anyone. Like, for instance, people like Alex Jones, right? Or any other crazy, like, propagandists. They never block because they need all the interactions. The negative interactions, good. Positive interactions, negative interactions, even better. So, yeah, but with Shashank Joshi from The Economist, there was this scandal that some of you might not remember from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion, 2022. The Economist posted a picture taken by a Ukrainian soldier without crediting the soldier. And when we called them out and we were like, could you please at least like write something? Just say something. They were like, no, it's fair use, whatever. And we were like, just... okay, you will not be pulling back the issue. We understand that. Could you just like say something? Could you tag her on Twitter? And instead they just started blocking us. Why did Shashank personally block me? Maybe I was mean to him. I don't know. Maybe I tagged him. I'm not particularly sure, but yeah. I don't think I was like mean to him personally though. I don't usually do that. Unless you're Elon Musk, then yes, I will be making personal jokes about your hair plugs, so... Oh, thank you, Deborah. That's very sweet. That's very sweet of you to say. I know, it's just... sometimes it's really tough. Sometimes things get really, really, really rough, and... But recently I've been doing good. Been trying my best. You see, discussing all of these weird people, awful things that happen, and even try to balance them out with some nice things from time to time. Not all the time, but Zelensky. Me too, pal. Me too. But yeah, it's like, whatever happens, happens. It's some of the Ukrainians on Twitter pointing out, it's not like I'm C1 in English, but listening to Trump is just impossible. He talks like some kind of degenerate. You see, I am C2 in English, not even C1, I'm C2. And yes, that's exactly I wanted to point that out. So from the point of view of someone who, who's not a native speaker, it's torture. It's absolute and utter torture. I cannot imagine someone with weaker language, like linguistic skills, trying to approach this, because it's absolute and utter nightmare. Obviously, you understand what he's saying, but this is the type of thing, this is the type of, speaking that they use in all of these like very complicated English tests when you're trying to pass whatever, that get the, good reading score. And the texts that they give you, they're very, very complicated and twisted on purpose. There is no practical meaning behind it. No one speaks the way they do in those texts. No one uses the language that they do, but it's just done to confuse you, to make it tricky for you as someone, who's a learner and who just tries to pass the stupid test. This is the vibe. This is the vibe that the guy is giving to me. Anyway, yeah. Relatable stuff. World Central Kitchen is posting once again about them feeding people in Gaza. Also yesterday they were posting about them feeding. Apparently they still have feeding points here in Ukraine as well, so that's good. Okay, we go back and we wait. And we wait and see. And in the meantime I talk to you guys. Kayla says, it's torture as a native speaker. I can only imagine. And Sam also says, as a native speaker, it makes me want to cry. Never a straight, coherent thought, right? Right? Even for you guys. It's just... and we have currently so many people who are, maybe not as fluent, right? Not as fluent as they would like to be, but they still feel like they have to follow Trump because things that Trump is saying are very important for us collectively as a nation. Our entire future depends on it. And yeah, they're just so frustrated and they're so angry all the time because it's literal torture. When you're not, fluent, when you're not as good in a language, having to listen to someone who communicates the way he does, it's just so bad. And one would think that this shouldn't be the case because he's not using that many complicated words, right? And a lot of people believe that language is all about, how many words you know and how many words you use on a daily basis. No, it's not. It's not only that. It's the word order. It's the ability to finish a sentence. That's very important. And one might argue crucial, especially for someone who is, president of the United States. Anyway, what do I know? So... when he does these things, when he doesn't finish sentence, I already know, I can tell that this is the most torturous part for so many people, because what was even the point of that? I just used my brain power and my energy and my everything, all this effort to try and comprehend something that wasn't even finished. It was just a blur. Very, very, very frustrating. Leanne says, crazy, but we native English speakers don't understand him either. And Ed says, it's torture even with us American English speakers. Right, a word salad and incomplete thoughts and inability to answer a question. Yeah, that was so bizarre. I remember even during the during the campaign it was palpable. Listening to Kamala Harris, it was just and then listening to him, two completely different worlds. Which, yeah, in retrospect, this is exactly what it was. It was a choice between two completely different words, but yeah, you guys, you do you, Sky News is part of the Rupert Murdoch media collective. Rupert, I know. What do you think Putin said to Trump on Friday when they first met? Do we really want to know? No, all jokes aside, you could tell that there was a lot of jokey jokes, a lot of this friendliness, a lot of this, chill persona, at least at the very beginning. A lot of this, and a lot of, a little wiggly dancing, and so yeah, clearly trying to diffuse the tension. But yeah, obviously it's hard to say what exactly was said to him, but we do know the general sentiment of it all, right? We do know, and it's not good. It's a whole lot of nothing. It's them once again lying about not wanting all of Ukraine, which is, we've heard that before 1 million times over. So yeah, he probably couldn't even pass an English speaking. Yeah, some of them are pretty complicated. So, depending on the level, I've taken several in my lifetime. They differ. And yeah, I think I can pinpoint a couple that certain certain individuals will be struggling with. Not only him, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene would also have a problem with some of them. So he's not alone in that one. And, oh yes, and going off 50 directions. I say 100, a million. His followers can go. Yeah, they clearly have some other communication system that is not only rooted in words. There's also signals. Thank you, Jim. Thank you. He spoke more clearly when he was younger. Yeah, maybe that's the case. Maybe it's the age. Could be that. And the fact that they still tried to market him as like, you know, young and cool one. A younger, hipper options compared to Biden. Anyway. No, Duolingo, we do not need Duolingo. We do not support Duolingo, everybody. Not only are they shady now with their AI and all of that, which, by the way, you can never use AI for language learning, language teaching. This is just madness. Their language learning, language teaching model doesn't work. It's just no. Just a no-no. They have built a very successful brand, props to them, but this is not something that you want to use when you're learning language, so be careful. Be careful of the owl. Talks continue behind closed doors, says the Rupert Murdoch owned Sky News. Anyway, what could leaders be discussing? Okay, you're just speculating. What is this? Is this Daily Mail? No, we don't do that. We're gonna stare at the map of the air raid alerts instead. You guys, let's not be too optimistic, okay? Okay, let's see. Daily Mail. Good evening to you too, Steve. We're just chatting. We're waiting for something to happen with the Trump, EU, and Zelensky meeting and all of them, but I don't think anything's gonna happen, honestly. Yeah, but so far so good. Oh god, we have another explosion in Poltava in the meantime. Jesus. I wish the West would send troops in to defend Western Ukraine and border with Belarus, right? You see, this is something, even that, which could arguably be considered a safer option, is not something that they're considering, at least for now. Right, even that is seen as too much. But yeah, it would have been, of course, a great thing. But no, not likely. As we have seen the statements before from the various European leaders, there has to be a ceasefire first in order for that to happen. Everyone's just roasting Trump. 150,000 likes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Let me know if there's anything you would like to... Oh, we reached stage 29. What does that mean, TikTok? Could you please let me know? They have introduced this new system that I do not understand at all. Level 29. What is this? What? I have no idea. I feel so old. You see, whenever I see all of these ratings and rankings, I feel so old. Because when we were starting out in 2022, there was nothing. None of the stages, none of the rankings, none of this. What does it mean? Okay. I guess. Sure. If you say so. Okay, how do I close this now? Anyway, sorry, it's just me beefing with TikTok. My one-sided beef with TikTok. Right, but this would not be safe. This would not be safe. They would not consider this a good enough option. So, I wonder why today there were so many MAGA and Russian bots. I posted a video. Whenever I post a video, this is what tends to happen. The topic is relatively trendy. So, as you can see, all of the media outlets are talking about this, right? Everyone is publishing things about this. This is another thing, and this is why they have activated. I've also said a lot of mean things. I call J.D. Vance Trump's Labubu. And also, as you can see, I criticize his English language skills. What else is the possible? But yeah, it's usually that. So apologies, but also the more, if we're gonna continue doing this, if I'm gonna be posting more, especially, and streaming more, we're gonna be seeing more of those people, I'm afraid. So brace yourselves, everybody. Thank you, Annette. Thank you. It's all, it's all nice and quiet when the activity is low. When the activity starts to go up, all of these, they just, Hi, Moo. Hello. Hello. Welcome. Good to see you. Good to see you. You evolve into Charizard a drink. Finally. When do I do that? TikTok, turn me into Charizard immediately. Thank you. I would love for that to happen, honestly. My life would become so much more exciting that very instance. Okay, different. Oh, thank you, Annette. Is that a Leo? Okay, I am officially a Charizard now, I think. Probably. That should have taken us there. But it doesn't tell me anything. We'll see. I will let you guys know. When we're level something, I will notify you. Leanne says that's basically different rankings. Right. Okay, yeah, that's probably that. Meanwhile, Russia rejects NATO troop deployment in Ukraine. Sensational. Who could have said? Who could have known? Who could have possibly thought? We know. They've said that 1,000,000 times over. No NATO, right? No nothing. No Western interference, no aid to Ukraine, and ultimately, thank you, Annette, thank you. I'm gonna make a millennial heart. And ultimately, no Ukraine, because that's their goal. I cannot with these people. Are we being real? Are we being for real? This is just... So, on the topic of the bizarre internet discourse, everyone, while we're at it. So, the recent Superman movie, right? That was obviously controversial because, of course, what else should we do? We should all, yell at each other because of the Superman movie. Anyway, there's this scene, right? With the old lady and her pet turtle, right? And they're being evacuated or something, I guess. And someone didn't like it. Like, why is she saving the turtle? And immediately we had all of these, mainly Ukrainians that I'm seeing reacting to this. Because interestingly enough, we did have a lot of instances of people rescuing their pets when evacuating from the war-torn regions of Ukraine. There was even, if you've seen the film 20 Days in Mariupol, right, about the siege of Mariupol, there was even a part that dealt with turtle in particular. There was the part with the evacuation of a turtle, basically. So it's just interesting, right, how your perception of war changes when you're actually exposed to it. Like, some things you wouldn't even imagine. You would think, rescuing a turtle, that's unrealistic. There are people who were killed trying to rescue, the animals. There were so many instances of people risking their lives trying to save the turtles, the cats, the dogs, everything. Just life in general. And instances of people abandoning their animals, too. And all kind of things. But yeah, I guess if I never saw this, probably I would have also thought the same thing. Okay, so you guys, that thing with Trump interrupting meeting with the European leaders to call Putin was reported by Bild. That's the same German tabloid. Who is the credibility is 50-50. I wouldn't be surprised because it's Trump. At the same time, it's Bild, so... Okay, we'll see. We'll see about that. Right, yeah, people rescuing their pets, absolutely normal, absolutely. And at the same time, also had a lot of devastating stuff with people abandoning them and just leaving them to die. That's also the case. And we had volunteers who tried to reach the animals and try to evacuate them. The EU Animals organization used to do a lot of the animal evacuation from the frontline operation. I think they still do. At the very beginning, we had people trying to reach the animal shelter in Kyiv region, and several of them got shot by the Russians. So, yeah, it's just... Привіт вам також, дуже дякую. Thank you so much. Even if the dogs stole my damn sandwich, says Tim. They did. Did they succeed? Did they succeed? Oh gosh. Those dogs of yours. Okay. Still waiting. 20 more minutes, you guys. I'm just gonna wait for 20 more minutes and then... no, I don't really know the ground news. No. So many news sources these days. I cannot keep up. Thank you, Frankie. Dying for Doggo is an honorable... No, I mean, that's... It was just so... Of course it was devastating and tragic, but at the same time... there is just something so just profound, so deeply profound about people sacrificing everything to save the... something so innocent and confused and sandwich stealing as as the pets. And... ideally, in an ideal world, this shouldn't be happening at all, right? Rescuing the animals shows the true heart of the people. Yeah, true. That's true. It's very revealing, very telling of the character. Ignore and block the bots. Your algorithm will love you. I will have to start looking at my comment section for that. I still struggle with it deeply. I cannot read the comments to my own videos, and I know that's one hell of an admission to make. Someone who posts on the internet, and hopefully, I don't know, we'll be posting more in the future. But yeah, it's been hard, you guys. I don't know. It used to be so much fun. I remember recording all of these response videos to all of these trolls and all of them, and I had so much fun. And the hate wouldn't get to it. It's not even the hate. It's not even the ignorance. I don't know. The hate, like when they say all these awful things to me about the way I sound, the way I look, the way I do whatever. It doesn't really. I don't really care. I guess it's just when there is too much of it, it's just overwhelming. You're just looking at this, like, wow, that's a whole mountain of ignorance and hatred and bigotry, and I do not know how to approach this, from which side. It's too much. That's too much, man. Thank you, Cinderelli. Wow. I've never seen this one before. Thank you. Was this a butterfly? Well, that's wonderful. Yes, we have officially evolved now, everyone. We are now one gigantic collective butterfly. I recently had a comment, and I tried to respond, and then I got just so agitated, and it was something stupid. It wasn't even hate. It was just someone not really paying attention once again in class when when we've been over a topic over and over and over again. It's like, I cannot do this anymore. It's like, why am I getting so riled up because of yes, that's there they are. I now see them. I think Bill was trying to warn us about the strategic bombers. There they go. That's the strategic bombers. This is how the map shows them, everybody. That means they're up in the air, and we have explosions across the country. Ground news is awesome, says Kayla, because it compiles all of the different sources. Okay, I should check them out then. If they have the sources, then they have my attention. Let me write them down. Why did I say it like this? And then we will check them out. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, they're coming. They're coming, everybody. If previous security guarantees were ineffective, why would they be effective this time? That's a good question. I have no idea. It should be something solid, right? Ideally, it should be something that could potentially deter them for good, but it's hard to imagine something that could do the job, especially now. It was easier to imagine it before. I could definitely see a scenario in which, if we were to be accepted into NATO, for instance, prior to 2022, then things would have been different, and we wouldn't get attacked in 2022. But now, even the NATO membership doesn't really sound like a guarantee, Everything has really, really changed. The entire idea, the understanding of security has changed. The security architecture of the continent has changed. Everything has changed. Just a different world entirely. So, yeah. Okay, let's see. Place our bets. Will the air raid alerts get to us? Get to our regions as well? It depends sometimes. It depends on the drone trajectory. So sometimes, even if there is no like hypersonics, ballistics, whatever, and it's just the drone, sometimes they like pass by, or sometimes they land in the neighboring regions, and then we also get alerts. And sometimes they fly into our regions and also kill a bunch of people here. So we will see. We will be witnessing this live. Please, Jesus Christ, enough. Can you stop talking to each other? Will they give us some sort of conclusion, these people? Or is it gonna be like Alaska all over again? Jeez. Slava Ukraini, Героям слава. Thank you. Thank you, Dan. A long time no see. Thank you for stopping by. Different. Okay. I see now. Yeah, that's build reporting on this, right? So we have to be careful, you guys. We have to be careful about our sources. Please, let's try our best. Aw. Thank you. Well, that's very sweet, Cinderella. Thank you so much. You guys are too kind to me. Okay. Alrighty, let me see what's happening in the regions with air raid alerts. Okay, everyone keeps reporting on this, but everyone is quoting Build. You guys, Build is not a credible source of information, but okay. Honestly, I see him doing something like this. Based on the vibes only, let's just believe it. Let's believe it that this is what he did. Okay, the recent activity of the drones and stuff. Thank you, Too Fast for You. Thank you. Yay. Oh, did we achieve the goal? We did. Aw, that's very, very, very kind of you. Thank you, everyone. It's much, much, much appreciated. Thank you. Alright. That's the situation, right? This is the drones, everybody. So this is approximately 70 drones. At least this is how many there were about 20 minutes ago, right? 10 minutes ago? What time is it? Okay. 15 minutes ago. You can see them entering. This is Sumy. We're looking at the close-up of the eastern Ukraine. This is Sumska Oblast. This is Poltava. This is Kharkiv. And you can see the drones entering, and they start circling in like sharks. Let's see. Yeah, so the most recent one is the Poltava. Before that we had 2 strategic bombers. This is 295. We'll see. We will see about that. Okay, the Russians are also in on the entire. Trump has interrupted the conversation with the EU to talk about Putin. Also referencing Build. Everyone is referencing Build. Okay, maybe Build knows something that we don't know. Let's wait. Okay. Now we're waiting not just for his conversation with Putin, with the EU leaders, we're waiting for his conversation with Putin to wrap up. And we're also staring at the map of the air raid alerts while we're at it and talking about all of the different things. Yeah, this is Build, right? Build-A-Bear. Yes, according to Build-A-Bear. This is what's been happening, everyone. Bild is this not particularly trustworthy, but occasionally entertaining German paper, which everybody likes to quote because they like to come up with this, type of headlines. And then, of course, they're immediately everywhere because, oh my god, he interrupted the meeting to talk to Putin. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it means they had something important to share with Putin. Or maybe it's actually, perhaps not. Maybe it's the very opposite of a good thing. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. I hate this guessing. Where's facts? And logic, and all of the, good old Ben Shapiro stuff. No, let's not go there. They will not let him back in. If he trips Trump, no. That will be over. Trump will have to release his Labubu on him, and we do not want that to happen. I don't think there will be a ceasefire, even under the best possible circumstances. I don't think we will see any ceasefire today. I'm sorry, everyone. It's probably not going to happen. One of the possibilities that everyone was discussing before is the possible ceasefire in the air ceasefire. So what would that mean? Hopefully the stopping of the shellings, right? The missile strikes and the drone strikes. That would be considered an air ceasefire. At the same time, what does this entail for the frontline regions? Because many of you remember frontline regions suffer not only from the ballistic missiles and the Shahed drones and the rest of them, the cool hypersonic missiles. It's mainly the aerial guided bombs, and it's artillery, and it's also the FPVs. So will they be included if there is an air ceasefire? I don't think so. So yeah, there was this speculation. For now, it's just a speculation. No one really knows anything concrete as of now. When you first heard EU members were joining, were you pleased or were... I was very pleased. First of all, to see the European Union being given a seat at the table and the respect that they deserve in the meta, because they are a very important player here, and I absolutely hate it when their role is being downplayed, because it affects the Western unity, the transatlantic unity, and it's just overall not a good look for anyone involved, and this plays directly into the Russian hands when it's being done. Second of all, it was very clear to me that they will be on our side, because they have it is very important to them, right? They have much more skin in the game than the US does. Understandably, the US does not border Russia. European countries do, a lot of them. So yeah, at the same time, when I heard that Finland will be represented, I immediately thought of Finlandization. And yeah, I was like, okay, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but okay. Still, at the same time, it's really good to have a country there that understands, what Russia is, that borders Russia. So this is a very, very different voice from the big Western European players. Very different understanding of the situation, different history, and yeah, just completely different approach. So that was good to see. That was good to see, definitely. I mean, I already said that I would have loved to see, for instance, Poland being represented too, but Poland is continuously, unfortunately, being snubbed during those, diplomatic meetings. It's hard to say why exactly. Could be historically, because unfortunately this is the way things have been for a while. But yeah, maybe they were not really insisting on being there. It's hard to say. But yeah, well, Finland was good. I mean, the summer here is alright. It's not particularly summery. I'm gonna be very honest with you. It's not. This is not what summer is supposed to be. Oh, thank you, Shell. Thank you. It's not what summer should be in my book. I'm a sea girly. I'm from a sea region that I will probably never see again in my life. Never see again, huh? What a pun. But anyway, but no, here it's nice. It's green. In Crimea, usually by this point in summer, everything is yellow. Everything is just completely burned down by the sun, burned out. Everything's crispy. Everything, you cannot breathe because it's so hot. And yeah, it's like one gigantic frying pan. So here it's very different. And Volhynia is very green. It's very nice. A lot of trees, a lot of grass, and it's green. And wow. So yeah, it's been good. It's been okay-ish, I guess. Thank you for asking. Yeah, we can always hope, Vicky. I know. Let's hope Butler is waiting by the phone. Donald, hello? Oh my god, it's you. I love to hear your voice. No, you hang up. No, you hang up. You hang up. Okay. Considering the 4-kilometer comments from Putin on Friday, I think many Alaskans feel a little close. Oh my god. No, let's not go there, please. Let's go back to the map. The bombers are still up in the air, everybody. Putin's probably gonna put him on hold again. What kind of tea? Just a regular. I've been having the same tea for a while now. I don't know what happened with my tea collecting spirits, but yeah, it's been green tea with jasmine for a while. So yeah, boring. I know, boring old me. Okay, no, we're gonna wait a little more. We're gonna wait a little more. Build a barrel if it's the gay one. How is the weather in the east? I'm not so sure. Unfortunately, Overdrive, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I haven't been really keeping up with their weather. My weather app is usually much more exotic because of all of the locations where, you know, I used to live in the past. Like if I open the one on my second phone, which is currently my mom's phone but used to be my phone, I have Kyoto, Okinawa, I have Tokyo, I have like somewhere, you know, all of these cool fancy places like Rome. Unfortunately, I don't have the east of Ukraine. I have Krakow and I have Vienna and I have Vilnius because, you know, I'm so cool and hip and international. I wish. Alrighty, everybody. Let's go to the updates page. Let's see what is happening. For now, nothing new. Yeah, the last thing that we have. Okay, it's been concluded, everyone. It's been concluded. The meeting has been concluded. According to this is the Ukrainian media reporting. The Zelensky, Trump, and EU leaders meeting has been concluded. It's just in. All right, now we wait then. Okay, I was about to leave, but not leaving for now. You guys thought it would be that easy? Haha, no. Still here. But I'll probably have to let my hair down. Apologies for this because this thing is too tight and my brain is not functioning properly because of it. So we're gonna do a little whoop. And I whoop. Okay. Oh, that's better. Sorry, that's a lot of hair all of a sudden. Oh, that's nice. There's a reason why I don't use this one too often. Hurts my brain. Alright. We're waiting for something to happen, I guess. So now we have the confirmation that it has been concluded. Russian media still is just snacking on every single detail of the meeting between Zelensky and Trump, hoping that there would be some, humiliation signs of Trump humiliating Zelensky. And he's not humiliating Zelensky. What is happening? Okay. And now we wait. And now we wait. And we wait. And we wait. Right. I'm sorry to hear that, Leanne. Well, I mean, maybe things will be better in September. Who knows? You never know. Thank you, Professor. Russian Foreign Ministry has said that they will not allow peacekeeping forces from NATO countries. Again, surprise, surprise, right? Surprise, surprise. Are we surprised? I don't think anyone is surprised, honestly. By this point, with these people, no one is surprised. I would be very confused if they said, you know what? We welcome the NATO peacekeepers with open arms. This is something that we would love to see in the country that we consider to be our province and would like to see stripped of its statehood and independence. That would be... I'd be like, wow, really? Interesting. Interesting turn of events. We have one more drone in Kharkiv, everybody. Jesus. Oh, okay, and we have one more. No, why is this happening? Why does it keep happening? Just go to sleep. Yeah, we're gonna have a loud night by the looks of it. This is usually how it starts. And then it only gets worse from, thank you, Santa. Hello. And then it usually just gets worse and worse. If we already have several dozen drones, like more than 70 drones, and we have some missiles, and we have all of this, or at least the missiles on board of those bombers, locked and loaded, it's not a good sign. Okay, are you gonna do a press conference now? Please do that. I'm giving you 10 more minutes before I lose my patience completely and utterly. Do you think the drone warfare will change the military hierarchy of the world? I'm afraid so. And it will also change just everything. I think just the way we approach not only warfare, but the technology altogether, and just the idea of security is gonna, it's gonna be, thank you so much, Jürgen. It's gonna be changed forever. It's already changed forever. But the combination of the drones and AI in particular is something that terrifies me to my core. I think this is gonna be the one that's the bleakest one out of all of them. But yeah, right now, just in terms of sheer numbers, thank you, Nikki. In terms of sheer numbers, when talking about drones, you talk about drones and how many drones one is capable of manufacturing, you immediately think China, right? You immediately think China, and I immediately think of all of their light festivals, the ones that they do around the New Year with all the drones, and everyone is just like, oh my god, it's so pretty, and I immediately think, oh my god, the amount of explosives that they can drop simultaneously on one location is just petrifying. Yeah, it's a new world. It's a completely, it's just, it will never be the same. And I've already told you that something that also fascinates me in the worst way possible is the prospect of the sea drones. Because the sea drones will forever change everything we know about the, just the fleets, the navy, the sea warfare, everything. And think about the underwater drones. Ooh boy. Right. It's like saying I wouldn't allow my neighbor to house his mother-in-law next door to me. My opinion is relevant. Ideally, right? But have you noticed how much attention we have been paying? Everyone has been paying to what does Kremlin have to say about everything? Has your grandmother come around to understanding since the beginning? It's been hit or miss. Whenever we talk, we try not to talk about this. Her health has been deteriorating recently, so I'm not entirely. I don't think this is gonna have a good, a happy ending. I'm afraid. Oh, okay, no, that's Macron saying something. Thank you, Santa, singing for you, for me. Oh, for me. Thank you. Oh, really? Oh, that's awesome, Nikki. Nikki says, my last name is Prutula, and my grandfather immigrated from, the current Chervonograd. Although I think they changed the name recently, right? Did they turn it back to Kristinopil? I'm sure. I wonder. I'm not sure. We have had a lot of the drama with the changing of the names, the attempted decommunization, and then people pushing back and or not, or welcoming it. It was, yeah. Thank you, Annette. Why would the US and Europe ask Putin's permission for anything? Because there is still the mentality heavily present that we are the Russian sphere of influence. That's why. Mainly, this is the main reason. And also oh my god, but what if he nukes us? The meeting continues. Here's what we need to know. Okay, Reuters, surprise us. Is there anything that we haven't learned yet? Trump is meeting with Zelensky. Yes, we know. And the leaders of Britain, Germany, France, Italy, Finland, and the European Union. Okay. German newspaper Bild reported Trump interrupted meeting to call Putin. All right. Trump said the US would help Europe in providing security for Ukraine. We know that. He already pointed that out before. But he also suggested he no longer believed a ceasefire was necessary for striking a peace agreement, a position staked out by Putin. We already talked that this is a very common Kremlin talking point. Medvedev parroted this. I think Lavrov also, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, this is what they believe. Because one of the things that they're doing, they're also trying to drag it out as much as possible. So they want to create this illusion of talking and doing whatever is necessary while they continue their war of conquest. That we know that they took question. Anything new? All right. For now, nothing. We'll wait. Okay, we're gonna wait. For how long? My jaw hurts. Let's do 10 more minutes, everyone. If there's no press conference in 10 minutes, then we will be wrapping it up. How about that? Does this work for everyone? I hope it does. Okay, Vicky says reports of German Prime Minister to hold a press conference. Okay. Then we wait, I guess. Hopefully it will be broadcasted somewhere. Sky News continues explaining things to people. What is Article 5? Gee. Okay. Let's wait. If they don't post it on here, then, I don't know, maybe it's gonna be on one of my millions of Telegram channels that I follow. Okay, the guests remain at the White House, and there is gonna be a new format of negotiations. This is the Russians reporting. Okay, our sources are also saying the same thing, that they're going to continue. So the Zelensky spokesperson said that the meeting has concluded, but the leaders remain in the White House to continue the talking, possibly in a different format. They were supposed to have dinner together at some point, I remember. Yeah, now everyone's gonna start repeating the same thing. This is one of my favorite moments, when something like news break and then everyone's like, oh my god. I cannot with these people. The 24-hour news cycle is gonna break us, everybody. No, we're not just joining you. We are not. We have been here since forever. Give us something. Anything. Okay, Finnish president's press conference delayed at least 45 minutes. We're not doing 45 minutes, everybody. If they're not concluding it in the next 10 minutes, I'm giving them 10 minutes, then we're out. We're going to sleep. I'm going to sleep. You guys are going, depending on what time of day it is at your place, you're going to go hang out. I don't know, do something fun. We're not sacrificing any more of our lives for these people. Being slow. I know. Yeah, let them. Yes, exactly. Eat. We can eat. No, I'm not gonna eat. It's too late. You guys will eat dinner. I will go read One Piece probably or something. I don't know. So, yeah. Because it's taking a very long time. It's just, no. Oh, thank you, Daydream. Right. It's time to go to bed. It's time to relax. There's been enough of all of these people. Okay, let's do a little wrap up while we're waiting for something to happen, hopefully. What have we learned today? The short answer is nothing. We have Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Right, it's midnight in Finland as well. What have we learned? We haven't learned a lot. We have learned that apparently Trump and J.D. Vance can be civil to Zelensky. Thank you, Santa. When they want to be, which is wonderful. And so now we definitely know for a fact that what happened last time in the White House was a choice. They actually chose to do that actively. All right, cool. Anything of actual importance. So far, we haven't heard anything, any like actual rhetoric that would mean something, anything that would solidify anything at all, any details that would matter. What we do know for a fact is that they are discussing the possible trilateral meeting between Trump, Zelensky, and Putin. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you. Do I look like Duffy? Anyway, so they're discussing the trilateral meeting, the possibility of it. Putin hasn't agreed to it, and there were no indications from the Kremlin that this is something that they would ever consider. Right? Remember, they continue to refer to Zelensky as the junkie, regime, Kiev regime, terrorist, whatever, like all of these things. So there was also a short period of time, I'm not sure if they're doing this still, when they were referring to him as the illegitimate president of Ukraine, and there was like a massive propaganda line on their behalf because like, oh, his term is already over, he's illegitimate, which is stupid because of the martial law we cannot have the elections. We've already been through this. Thank you so much, Darth Semi. Darth Semi, are you something of a Sith, my friend? Anyway, so there's that, the possibility of the trilateral meeting, the possibility of the prisoner exchange. Trump promised, well, not promised, he never promises things. He says, it will happen, and then he says it won't happen. 1,000 prisoners possibly getting released in a prisoner exchange, which would be incredible. Honestly, even if nothing else happened, but at least we got 1,000 people back, it would have been wonderful. Because remember, these are not just prisoners of war. This is a lot of civilians who have been detained, some of them years ago. The people who were captured when the Russian army was retreating from the previously occupied territories, the people who were detained, thank you, Maddie, people who were detained at the currently occupied territory. So the list is very long. There's a lot of people on that list, and that would be wonderful if we saw something like that happening. They're discussing. One of the things that many people believe is happening is them trying to make Zelensky agree, thank you, to a land swap, which is no confirmation of that yet. Thank you, guys. Christmas came early. The entire land swap term is also silly because no one is discussing any swapping of the Russian territory. It's the entirety of it is the Ukrainian territory, and this whole term is very offensive. And it's offensive. No, it blurs the lines. It just plays into the Russian rhetoric of the fact that they believe some of the Ukrainian territory is there. So we don't do that. We don't do that in this household. They also have to agree on some sort of security guarantees. If we want to see something signed, there has to be solid, thank you, Linda. There have to be solid security guarantees for Ukraine. So far, we haven't seen anything. We have seen some vague suggestions of something modeled on the Article 5 of NATO, and nobody understands what that means. Because no one ever explained what it means, and no one even fully understands what the NATO Article 5 means in itself. How is it going to be implemented? Well, Sky News was about to give us a whole... Where was it? Yeah, there's... What is Article 5? Explained. The problem is not this. The problem is the fact that it has never been fully implemented in a sense that not in the sense that we would imagine it right now, at least, right? And in this current day and age, in the circumstances, and when we're seeing the enemy drones flying into the NATO countries, right, occasionally, just like, hey, just another Wednesday, I guess. How exactly is that going to work? No one knows. All right. So yeah, this is what I would like to hear, by the way, if you guys decide, the politician dearests, if you would like to have a press conference, maybe clarifying that, huh? That's just me manifesting and yelling into my screen, so ignore that. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. The possibility of arms as security guaranteed, right? This is something that was brought up. It was also stated by, so Zelensky said about the possibility of that. So the continuous supply of the arms to Ukraine as a part of the security guarantees. And I believe someone else has also pointed out that this would be that the functioning Ukrainian army is the biggest security guarantee for Ukraine. Who could have thought? Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, guys. You're so nice today. Thank you. Well, you're always nice to me. All right, and we just had another confirmation. Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Angie. Of the fact that Trump interrupted White House meeting to call Putin. All right, everyone. That's another confirmation. So it wasn't just Bild. I guess we can trust Bild on that. That's a sentence that I never believed I would ever utter in my life. But anyway, Trump has interrupted his talks in Washington with European leaders to call Putin. An EU diplomat told Reuters on Monday the talks. Okay, yeah. So it did happen. Apparently, we have another confirmation. All right. I don't think it's a good thing, honestly. I don't know. Call me crazy, you guys. The whole situation puts Russia in position of power. Right, Professor Green, exactly. The arrangement is frustrating. It's highly frustrating. It sounds like, they're being rewarded for their aggression. And yeah, it's just very disappointing. At the same time, part of me understands why it's being done. I just wish it was done differently, because of course all of us want peace, right? No one wants peace more, I think, than we do, obviously, because it's still hard to even begin to comprehend what is being done to us every single day. But at the same time, would have been great to see, some pressure being applied onto aggressor first, I guess. Maybe? No? Okay. Oh boy. Zelensky Fox News interview has been cancelled. Okay, that's good. Finally some good news, everybody. Let me guess. He hasn't agreed to giving up Donbas, huh? Trump-Zelensky talk continues. He hasn't agreed on giving up Donbas, and Trump is angry, and they're gonna continue yelling at each other behind the closed doors. Melania, an expected role in Ukraine talk. Don't even try that with me. Yep, NBC just reported. Zelensky to stay in DC for more talks as meeting ends. Okay. Okay. Alrighty then. Yep, he's still getting beaten up behind the closed doors, huh? Oh no. No. Please don't get bitten by Trump's Labubu, Mr. Zelensky. Don't do that. Yeah, my feed is absolutely useless, everyone. Let's see what my telegram is saying. The White House does not confirm the reports in the media that Trump interrupted the meeting to talk to Putin, says Fox News, as quoted by Russian RIA Novosti. Oh, God. Okay. I don't know what. Okay, so Bild says that he did. Some sort of random European diplomat also does, as quoted by Reuters. But Fox News and the Russians are saying that he didn't, so... Now we know it's true. This is how we know it's true. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Darth Sammy. This is how you know. This is how you receive a final confirmation. When Fox News and Russians start to deny it, this is how we know. When you know, you know. Okay. Wait, this is something that we have already seen. I thought this was some new update about Zelensky saying they just quoted the thing that I have told you guys about like half an hour ago. Right? I think this was like at least half an hour ago. From the Suspilne, they were quoting, this is the Ukrainian spokesperson that they were quoting. Okay. Mogged. Alright, you guys. Okay, should we do 9 more minutes till half? Yeah, let's do 9 more minutes and then we will be wrapping it up. Why not? Oh my god, where is Mush? I just remembered that Mush is somewhere. She's probably in my parents' room, it's fine. Good night, Adrian. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you. TikTok just sent me a question on your live, says Maddie. Said I liked it very much. Oh, thank you, Maddie. Yeah, if this thing ever asks you what you think. Please tell it that you like my content, because they're now implementing the new evaluation process, right, of the content and creators on the app. And apparently, by the looks of it, we will be seeing much more shadow banning and silencing of the creators and all, the good stuff, just on steroids. You can no longer use a lot of hashtags too. For instance, you can only now use 5, there are different like little things, and they're also introducing new limitations on TikTok about the type of stuff you can talk about and you cannot talk about. So they're trying to make it seem as if they're fighting the disinformation but for now it simply looks as if they're fighting just information in general. So if you're seeing the stuff from the creators you like, not necessarily me, I know I'm your favorite, I'm kidding, but someone that you like, just interact with their stuff, right? Interact with it, comment on it, share it, like it, whatever. Let's try and beat this thing together, because God only knows what this app has in store for us next. Thank you, Annette. But yeah, also please consider following me on other platforms as well, just in case. We have the YouTube, we have Instagram, we have Blue Sky and X and the rest of them, so they're all linked in bio. Thank you, Cinderella. Oh God. Please, something good. No, nothing good. We don't deserve good news, apparently. Yeah, everyone is still locked in the White House, crying, screaming, trying to get out, but no. They now have to listen to J.D. Vance sing a song. Right, exactly. Fox News is so much better than South Park. It's not even satire, right? Von der Leyen says, we're here as allies and friends. Good. I'm glad you're not there as enemies. That's good. Okay, Ursula, slay. Wait, she posted this on X. We can check it out on her account. We do not need the intermediaries. Okay, that's the same picture that they claim to be the family photo, which it's not. It's not a family photo. We have already established that, but she posted it anyway, because they're clearly proud of it. And she says, we're here as allies and friends for peace in Ukraine and in Europe. This is an important moment as we continue to work on strong security guarantees for Ukraine and a lasting and durable peace. Okay, that's a bunch of nothing. That means nothing, but we appreciate the gesture. Thank you. Thank you for the gesture. Dear President of the EU Commission. Okay. Oh, now we have an analysis how Trump's mid-meeting Putin call is a good thing. Wait, but they just denied it, though. The circus. Trump breaking his meeting with European leaders and Zelensky to call Putin, then returning to continue talks, is a positive step forward. It's a positive step toward a peace agreement, not a negative one, European leaders feel. Europeans have the impression that Trump often backs the view of the last person he has talked to. Then how is it good that he talked to Putin? European leaders' continued presence at the White House Monday allows them to get the last word after the Putin call. Okay. So they feel they're being smart. They can outsmart him because they will talk to him after Putin. What if he calls him again? What are you gonna do then? Huh? What if he calls them 3 more times? Are you gonna cry? Alright. Yeah, I'm doing fine. Don't worry about me. I mean, as fine as one can. I've been dead inside since 2014, but I'm also immortal because I'm a vampire, as we have established before. So that's good. That's a good thing for me. Wait, is this for real? Did our official commander of the Air Force just accidentally posted some swear words as reaction to the meeting? Okay, no, I hope this is fake. I'll have to check this. Alright, you guys. I think we will be wrapping it up. I don't think we will be seeing anything anymore, at least for now, by the looks of it. I think this is gonna be... Hi Phil, thank you. I think this will be it. Because otherwise we're just gonna be here the whole night. I know it's probably gonna be the same as it was last time, right? We logged off, we finished the stream, and then I think in about an hour after that, Putin and Trump did the results of the Alaska summit. But no, sorry. I think we should be wrapping it up. It just feels right by this point. All right, guys. Let's one more quick look at the map of the air raid alerts. Still looks the same. What have we learned today? We keep swimming, okay? We keep swimming, we keep living, and keep breathing, and hopefully fighting, okay? And resisting, and keeping our sanity, and all of this, and staying healthy, okay? Yeah, we will be waiting until tomorrow. We will discuss everything, all of the results of it, or lack thereof, on our next stream, which is going to be on Wednesday. Same time, same place, you know where to find me. Thank you everybody so much for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, as always. You are all wonderful people, and I appreciate you. Thank you guys. Okay, have a wonderful time of the day. We are at, wow, 186,000 likes. Thank you, Suzanne. Insane stuff. Haven't seen these numbers in a while. Again, all thanks to you. Thank you so much. I wouldn't be obviously showing up, wouldn't be here, wouldn't be doing all this if it wasn't for your support. So it's much appreciated. Stay safe, stay sane. Please also do not forget to follow me on YouTube. You already know. And I will catch you later on Wednesday. Mwah. Thank you, TikTok. Thank you, everybody. YouTube, I'll get to in a second. Bye-bye. Thank you. Alrighty, everyone. We have said goodbye to TikTok, and now we're saying goodbye to you too. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for tolerating a lot of Trump, and and this is also him. And yeah, a new chapter in our streaming continues with all of you watching on here. Why does it tell me that there is a mistake? An error occurred. Okay. We will find out sometime soon. Good night, everyone. Good night. I will catch you later. Until Wednesday, okay? Mwah. Hit the bell. Hit the... I'm losing my mind. Bye-bye. Bye.